Well, everyone, the day has finally came. It's time to take a look at our last batch of SMG4 videos. And after this point, move on to greener pastures. It's been a crazy journey looking back through all this with you all. And I'm ready to do it for the last time. So, see you guys after the song is over. Thank you for everything, SMG4. May your legacy forever live on. This isn't easy to do. But it's what must be done. Thank you, SMG4. Not only for allowing me to light up the sky, but also for you lighting up the sky. Thank you for everything.
Too damn late now to hear those cries. It's too damn painful.
the one who's so far away. Ah, fuck, dude. This is really it, huh? Well, nowhere else to go now, but we get this started, so... Alright, so, we are live. What's up, everyone? Welcome to stream, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Today... we have... Today is the final SMG4 year-end ranking stream. 2025 to be exact. This is it. After this point, we will be moving on. Just watch his videos. As we all know, it will be coming to a close. So, yeah, I just realized that I do not have my Stream Elements chat on screen. So, I might have to pull it up from my phone if I could not get it on right now. I got all my other Just Watch His Videos stuff hooked up besides this, so... let me see if I could hook this up real fast. Oh, what the heck? Hello? Retry? Shouldn't be giving me an error. I don't know why it's giving me an error. But yeah, man. It's... what the fuck? It's just not allowing me to do it? Okay, that's odd. I guess I won't be bothering with that. Oh well. It is what it is. Instead, I will just focus on, what is it? So how you all doing? Alright. Looks like the connection's fluctuating a bit. Not the best sign to start things out, but again, it is what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and get chat set up on my phone, and then we'll go ahead and jump into it. We'll not only be doing the 2025 ranking, we'll also be doing all of the years after the fact. I'm not ranking the videos all again, obviously, but yeah. That being said, although this is the end, there might be a possibility that at a later date, much further into the future, I might go ahead and redo my ranking every video stream, but not go for like 10 plus hours or whatever, however the fuck long it was. And again, the only reason that one lasted so long is because I got what was it? I was rewatching all the 20 fucking whatever videos. So it just kind of made things a little more, you know. Okay. Make sure I'm signed into the right channel here. Okay. Oh, man. Can't believe we're at the last. Alright, everyone. We should be back. The internet was having connection issues, but yeah. I mean, in between that time, all I was saying is that I got my phone set up. I don't know where it cut off specifically. So, I'm not sure how much of the explanation you even heard. But regardless, this is it. This is the final ranking stream. I guess I will reiterate myself again. Today, we will not only be doing... let me go ahead and switch to the right screen here. Not only will we be doing the 2025 ranking, but we will also be going back through and doing all of the years, or in this case seasons, as brought to us by Nostalgia Seasons template, as well as his 2025 video template. Shout out to him. He recently put out his 2025 ranking. So yeah, and Nostalgia is going away, as I mentioned before. So this is his last year as well. Which is crazy because he's kind of been around and in the SMG4 community and in my community since 2019. So seeing him vanish after all these years of being around is interesting, to say the least. But yeah. Okay. Now, for those that missed the last stream, I will go ahead and re-explain something, because again, I did get a comment about this. So, for those that need a refresher, this is how my ranking system works. S tier is reserved for the 9.5 and above, basically 10 out of 10s. A tier is for the 9.5 down to 8.5. Good is for 8.5 all the way down to 7. Well, no. 8.5 down to 7.5, and then decent is 7.5 all the way down to 6.5, right? Or just 6, something like that. Mediocre is basically like either 6.5 down to 5, or yeah, that's what I'm feeling it is. Okay. And then the bad tier is basically 4 down to 3, and trash is like 2, 1. So yeah. So there you have it. That being said, I don't think 2025 really has a video that's going down there. Just call it a hunch, but we'll see. We'll see. I will say that I did admittedly put off a few of these videos when I was when I was doing the reactions and stuff. In fact, I even talked about it in some of the reactions. I did put off a few videos. Those namely being, if I could find them real fast, if Mario was in Donkey Kong Bonanza. I did react to Mario Soup, but I didn't really enjoy that video much, so I decided not to post the reaction. I was like, I don't know if I really want to post this, because I didn't really have too much to say. Now, I posted the 100 Marios versus Donkey Kong one anyway, but no, the Soup one, I did react to it. I just didn't feel like it turned out great. I didn't watch It's a Me or the Gamble episode. After finally watching them, I kind of wish I did. I think they would have made for good reactions. Same with Donkey Kong Bonanza. That video was actually not really what I expected it to be. So, that being said, I didn't do it because I did Mario Soup, and I didn't really like Mario Soup. So, yeah. So yeah. But for the most part, we got a lot to get through. So, I'm going to go ahead and pull up my documents. No, that is not the right document. That is my document for the main channel. Okay, here we go. Alright. I forgot to add the end, but I already know what I scored that, but I'll just add it, because why not? So yeah. Okay, we got that sorted. Okay, now, let me get a sip of my drink, and then we shall begin the 2025 ranking. And we'll shift directly over from that to the series as a whole. And we'll rank all of the seasons individually. Okay. Alright. So, let's begin. Our first episode being, let me scroll all the way back here, Mario Drinks Water. Oh yeah, it is worth mentioning that they did kind of keep the no title, no SMG4 subtitle thing here for a bit with these 2 episodes, but then they brought it back for Find Luigi. And then it stayed up until, like, recently. Well, although, again, it was on and off. Like, this episode didn't have it, this episode didn't have it, but this one did. This one just had Cooking with Bowser, which is technically a series, so yeah, it makes sense. But this one did, this one did, this one did, yeah. So, this year was more consistent in regards to that. That was something I pointed out with 2024, is they were kind of all over the place in regards to the titling. But yeah. But that's neither here nor there. In any case, Mario Drinks Water. I reopened it twice. I didn't need to do that, but yeah. As we all know, every year starts off with an episode, or at least every recent year starts off with an episode of Mario just doing random dumb shenanigans, and this is one of them. I'll be honest, this one's cool, but again, like last year's, it didn't really do a whole lot for me. That said, I'm still gonna put it somewhere towards the end of the good tier. Again, it's just Mario needs to drink water, otherwise he gets dehydrated, and a bunch of chaos ensues, and by the end, he drinks water. We see Fugo in this one. Yeah, for first of the year episode, it does its job well enough, but ultimately, in comparison to what we're gonna see later on, which, boy, do we got something coming later on. But this one, it gets the job done well enough. Now, as far as first of the year episodes go, is it one of my favorites? Not particularly. But I wouldn't call it one of my least favorites either, so, you know, I'm gonna just leave it at that. So, yeah, I don't really have too much else to say. It's not bad by any means. It's more so just what you would expect, and it doesn't really do much beyond that. It's like, oh, Mario needs to do some mundane tasks, but he can't because chaos ensues, and yeah, that's basically that. But that's fine, because we're moving on to the next video. Mario gets lost in a shopping mall, which this originally was called something else. I'm pretty sure it was, anyway. I'm pretty sure it was called, like, Mario... what... Does it... Maybe this will... Maybe on the wiki it will tell us what it was originally called. Yeah, that was a... Yeah, Mario gets lost in Costco. That's what it originally was called. I don't know why the title of this one changed, but I like this one more. Mario and Bob are looking for a... What is it? $1.50 Costco hot dog. At the same time, you have Maggie trying to help Melanie find a new bed because she keeps breaking hers. Because she keeps having a nightmare about Axel. And then throughout, she's just, while she's sleeping, she just has a bunch of nightmares about people not being her friend anymore. And that results in her having a full-blown meltdown and just, like, destroying the entire place. And we get some backstory of how her home life was when she was younger. And then Mario and Bob ultimately realize, yeah, we could let this go. And the entire store gets left in chaos. Yeah, I thought this one was quite fun. I like this more than the drinking water one. Overall. It doesn't quite go up into the A tier for me, but by the way, we don't get to episodes I react to until we get to Hobo Mario right here. All of these, admittedly, I did miss, although I was going to record Find Luigi and It's a Me and the Gamble video, but I decided, you know what? I still considered doing it, but I just didn't go through with it, because I don't know why, I just didn't. It is what it is, but yeah. But yeah, why is it playing automatically? Okay, yeah. But this one's quite fun. Yeah, it's just Mario and Bob going crazy for some hot dogs, and then, oh yeah, we get a minor leggy scene here, and then Maggie gets this this mind reader that allows you to turn your thoughts into reality or something, and then she creates the bed for Melanie, which is when she falls asleep and has nightmares. And then as that's happening, these fucking ads do. As that's happening, Bob and Mario are, like, messing with her in her sleep, so she just goes insane as a result. Yeah, another very wacky one, but it's not I think this one's a lot more fun as a result. Again, it's utter chaos, but it's fun, utter chaos, which is what you come to expect with SMG4, obviously. But yeah, and then they have to give the final hot dog to Melanie to calm her down, because that's what used to calm her down when she was still a melon. Yeah, and then she just wakes up, and that's it. She wakes up, and then that's it. So yeah. Another solid one. Another solid one. I definitely like it more than the drinking water video. But yeah. Moving on from that, we have remastered 64 if Mario was in Team Fortress 2. Now, the original if Mario was in Team Fortress 2 video is one of my favorite SMG4 videos, like, period. One of my favorite if Mario was in. This one was just, the original version of this was just so fucking hilarious. It's utter absolute insanity. And it's very hard to comprehend. So, but it's just so much fun. There are a lot of classic great jokes in it. The original is very, very, like, top of the line SG4 in terms of its humor and its style. I absolutely love that one. Now, how does this remaster fare? The original is an S tier for me. That's how fucking hilarious it is. It's got one of some of my favorite jokes in SG4. And it's definitely one of the highlights of 2016 for sure, which, I mean, what video is in the highlight from that year, if we're being honest? But this one gets knocked down a point because some of the replacement jokes from the original, I don't think are as good. Like the one with Mario in the tunnel, just, I thought was fucking amazing in the original. Yeah, this one. That said, I mean, I can understand why they didn't want to re-include it. But, God, it's fucking amazing. So as a result, I wouldn't really seek this one out over the original. That's the thing with the remasters is, I feel like, wait, what the fuck? What page is it blocking? I didn't even open anything. Oh, that's probably trying to open. Anyway. Yeah. The thing with the remastered 64s is, you see, with those Freddy Spaghetteria and Who Let the Chomp Out ones, I at least get those because those videos are old enough to where they definitely needed some improvement. Granted, even though I don't really care for either of the original versions of those videos, but still. This is one that didn't need it. In fact, we saw quite a lot of those last year. If I could pull up my rankings of last year real fast, because we did that not too long ago. Yeah. We ran into that last year, where the remasters weren't bad by any means, but they were lacking in terms of they didn't hit as hard as the originals because they weren't as funny, because they had to replace some of the edgier, I guess, quote-unquote edgier jokes than, again, what was originally there, which, again, leads to particularly this one just not hitting as hard. That said, the original version of this is so fucking amazing that this one just automatically gets put in the A tier, just out of sheer principle. Because it's still the original, it's just... And here's the thing, if the original didn't exist, this would still get A tier because it's just so fucking good of a premise, even though it makes no fucking sense. Anything I have ever seen of TF2 is watching Dub play it, so... And yeah, that's kind of it. I don't know how accurate it is to the actual game or not, but yeah. That said, it's a classic one. So, and even in this form, I still think it's quite enjoyable. It's just not quite as funny because you don't have the spy joke, which is the best joke in the video. But yeah, not that. Again, some of them remain intact, but others don't. And that's kind of my thing with the remasters is I wish they did. But again, it is what it is. And for what it's worth, the quality isn't drastically different. It's just, well, editing wise it is, but in terms of like whether it's good or not, I mean, it's not that much of a downgrade. You could pick either or basically, but I've always preferred the original. But that being said, that's the only remastered 64 we got this year. After that, we mostly just got like regular episodes and then heavily story-based ones. And maybe a few like Mario SMG4 crew Mario Reacts ones. And that was basically it. Unlike 2024, this one was way more straightforward and to the point. So there's not going to be as much I'm going to have to throw into the unranked category. But we'll get to those when we get to those. But yeah. Moving on from that, we go to the fight of all time. I was supposed to react to this one as well. I just didn't. Memory serves. Counter kids are at the playground. They like beat up Pingas from before. Then he teams up with Slag, and Slag just like bullies a bunch of kids for no because he's a piece of shit like that. And then they have these like dream sequences where this is the kids envisioning kids' imagination of what's actually happening. And then in reality, she's like spraying pepper spray at him and doing all kinds of weird shit. And then at the end, Slag turns the world into fucking chaos because he grabs like a secret military weapon, like a fucking dumbass, to deal with kids at a playground. And then Karen has to save everyone. And then Slag teleports himself into the sky. He doesn't actually die, he just teleports himself up there for some fucking reason. Really dumb. Really dumb video, but it's also a lot of fun. So I will also fit this one squarely into the middle of the B tier. I think the Costco one is a little better, but this one is still a lot of fun with all the imagination going on, and then just cutting back to the scenes where like Slag's just getting the shit kicked out of him. Oh my god. And then he summons the weapon, and then everything just goes to fucking chaos. All of this because like they got picked on, and then they needed Swag to like, and Swag, instead of doing it like a normal person, decided to act just as fucking childish. Which, I mean, it's Swag, so what the fuck do you really expect? Swag is frankly only a tier above Mario in the stupidity department. And Mario's a tier above Steve in the stupidity department, so that's not really saying a whole lot. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I don't really have too much else to say as a result. But yeah, I thought it was quite fun with all the chaos going on. So definitely squarely in the middle of the B tier. Moving on from that, we have Find Luigi, title based off of the Super Mario 64 DS minigame, which was my favorite minigame actually out of that game. But yeah, so I believe here. Again, I was gonna react to this one. I think this one's quite. I actually kind of like this one too. So EGAD gives them some the spray here, which I believe uh not teleport, excuse me, creates clones. Then Wario gets in on the fun, and fucking clones himself. Yoshi does the same, and next thing you know, there's a bunch of Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Yoshi clones everywhere. Mario teams up with EGAD and SMG3 and SMG4 to try to. Well, I don't think Mario. Yeah, Mario does team up. Yeah. To try to stop him, and yeah, they just fight each other. And then at the very end, they get some machine. And they clone a bunch of bombs to, like, get rid of all the clones. And then that's where it ends. This one's kind of more your standard SMG4 video. That said, I quite like this one as well. I'll probably put it to the top of B tier. I don't know if it goes up to the A tier, but it's definitely top of B. I think it's very good. Based off the 64 DS minigame, in its premise, where you gotta find Luigi, because Luigi's the only one that doesn't get cloned. It's everyone else that gets cloned. Yeah. I have to keep going through the ads. Okay. I feel like I get more ads when I'm on Just Watch videos. I don't really get these on the main account, so I don't know what that's about, but regardless. But yeah, it's a fun video. It's a fun video for sure. Just a bunch of chaos and a bunch of Mario, Wario, and Yoshi clones causing havoc, like in the 64DS minigame. I actually got like a score of over 300 on that minigame before, and I probably could have went even higher. I'm pretty sure I have gone higher, like on my actual 2DS save file, but I can't remember. But I remember on the stream series I got up to, like, what was it, over 100 or like 300, something like that. It was a lot. It was a lot. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. So I'm going to have it at the top of B tier. All right, it's a me. I just recently watched this one literally last night. Same with Mario Gambles His Life. Again, I skipped over this one because I didn't want to fall too far behind. And so this one's ridiculous. So Mario gets a prank pulled on him by SMG4 and SMG3, and then he gets so upset by it that he decides to pay them back by turning into a fucking creepypasta, basically. And then, like, makes them hate their entire existence. And, like, literally makes them think he's gonna destroy the fucking world. This video is so cursed. And then, at the end, he's like, oh, I got you. Yeah. There's a scene here where it's SMG3's perspective of holding the phone, of them filming the experience. So yeah, they try a bunch of things to, like, get Mario to stop, or to just stop him outright. And none of it works because, as it turns out, Mario is only turning to a fucking demon because he's paying them back for scaring him. That's the escalation he had to go to. What the fuck? I like it though. So, it's either just above Final Luigi or just under. It's such a fucking wacky ass premise, like, bro, like, all because Mario got scared, he decided to like torture everyone. That is nuts, but it's a good kind of nuts. So, um, this one's actually kind of, well, I think Final Luigi and this are probably like 8 out of 10s, but I don't know if they go into the A tier or not. For now, I'm going to place this one directly underneath Fine Luigi because I thought Fine Luigi was a lot of fun. But no, this one, great job recreating that creepypasta feel here and making Mario fucking disturbing as shit to look at. Yeah, it's like, again, I just watched this one last night because I missed out. Because I didn't react to it, and I didn't think to go back to watch it. But I finally did now. And yeah, it's... Well, they sure learned to never prank Mario again. Imagine pranking someone and then their payback is like turning to a monster, basically. But yeah, moving on from that, we have Mario Gambles His Life. This one actually, I think, will go into the A tier. I watched this one last night too. I'm not putting it above the TF2 one because the TF2 one is a classic, even though I prefer the original. So Mario plays Connect 4 with Luigi. He makes a bet with Mario, and that's what basically enters this whole thing out because Mario wins the bet, so he gets addicted to gambling. Like that, he just immediately gets addicted to gambling. There actually, that's the thing. There actually is a gambling episode. I don't remember anything about it, but it's from 2015. I haven't seen that one in a long, long time. But yeah. So he meets up with SMG3. He asks SMG3 for advice on how to gamble, and he gambles his hat away. He gambles literally everything away, and then he steals everyone's chips, and they all like beat the ever-loving shit out of him. He turns into a Goomba. So we got the Mario version of Leggy here. He enters a Goomba race and he loses, of course. Then he bets his own life. So he goes to Luigi. Because Luigi owns the casino. Because remember, Luigi had the casino and 64 DS minigames. I just realized we got 2 videos based off of 64 DS. That's kind of sick. Yeah. And then he plays a game of Connect 4 with Luigi. And he needs to distract him. So he distracts him by sending the guards after SMG3. And then he switches the pieces and then gets victory on Luigi, which I feel like Luigi knew what Mario did and just let him get away with it because, again, this was all... He warns Mario at the beginning. It's just like, you don't want to go down that road. And at the end, he's like, see, I told you so. So, yeah. I think it's definitely falling in the A tier. It's another 8 out of 10 for me. It's just a good premise of Mario gets... He just fucking, like... He wins one bet and then decides, oh yeah, I'm gonna gamble everything away. Oh, and this was funny too. It's like... At the very end, he, because he saw SMG3 won something, he just falls right back into that. He's just like, I bet my Pingas on red. That one was funny. That one was funny. Of all the things to fucking bet. Of course, it had to be Pingas. Yeah, that one is a lot of fun. That one's very good. Very good episode right there. Good moments with Mario and Luigi. Good dynamics between Mario and SMG3. Quite a few funny moments here. Again, particularly the Pingas thing to end the video was great. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I wish I would have reacted to this one and It's a Me. Well, It's a Me, my reaction would have been like, what the fuck am I watching? But I think it would have made for something entertaining. But yeah, that's gonna be it for the ones I didn't react to for now, because moving on, we got Hobo Mario, which is the beginning of what would be the Karen slash Mr. Weapons saga. Now in my reaction, I gave Hobo Mario a 7 out of 10, and I think I'm still sticking by that. The whole premise here is Karen and her kids get evicted out of their place. They were told they can go live at SMG4's castle, but then fucking Mario, like, gets it infested with an army of, what the fuck? Cheese, yeah. Army of cheese that's crucifying Bob there. So then they go to the homeless shelter, which of course Mario's there. And then we get some Karen backstory that she used to, like, be homeless and had to turn to a life of being an assassin. And then she, like, tries to make the most out of it, and ends up having to tell them the truth that they're not actually going to a vacation. They're homeless. And then Mario helps out, and at the very end, he accepts a mission from Mr. Weapons, which he is not revealed at that point. So yeah. I'm gonna throw this one. I'm not sure. It's good lore-wise, and there are some cool moments here too. There are some heartwarming moments as well. But I think some of the later ones, a part of this story, do a little bit better of a job of in comparison. But that said, this one's still very good. So I think I'm gonna place it either just above or below the Costco one. Probably just below for now. It's a good starting point for that story, I will say. Oh, and at the end, they try to steal the boxes from the Monopoly man, who is the head of Amazon for some reason. And at the end, he's just like, "Oh, I'll give you your house back," and then that's where it ends. She actually gets her house back. So yeah, um, very good, very good. I must say, not bad at all. All right, you shouldn't have done that. The continuation, where I believe in this one, it's Karen and SMG3, SMG4, excuse me. Yeah, Karen realizes her kids are missing at the start. Then she teams up with SMG4 to go look for them. As it turns out, Mario has them. And they're fighting the Amazon workers while Mario has them playing Minecraft. And that's where they meet Mr. Weapons in his Minecraft form at first. You don't actually see him properly revealed. Then they kidnap Luigi to ask him where Mario is. Yeah. This one, I'm probably putting just below. I think there's more moments in the Hobo one, but this one is still very good as well. It continues the story on well enough. The Minecraft stuff is cool, where Mr. Weapons is teaching the kids how to, like, fight in Minecraft, which is foreshadowing for what we would see later with the Sons of the Cats movie. Yeah. And of course, Mario's just oblivious to what the fuck's going on. He doesn't realize that he's being set up. Like what we saw with him in the World Fat Talents 2023, where he was set up by Marty. Doesn't realize he's doing anything wrong at all, but yeah. Yeah, it progresses the story well enough. And I don't really have too much else to say beyond that, so we'll just go ahead and move on from that to Enough is Enough, which I'd say is my favorite of the lead-up episodes to the movie itself. Now with this one, if I get through all the ads, bro, again, I don't know what it is, but I only get the starting ad on the main account, but I don't get the mid ads. But I am here. But no, it starts off with them interrogating Mario, and I guess technically, in his eyes, murdering Spaghetti, because that's his favorite thing in the entire world. And then, as it's going on, Mr. Weapons is like firing at them, and then Mario escapes, and then they have to chase after Mario while dodging Mr. Weapons. And then they get led into the area where Mr. Weapons is. So Mr. Weapons' hand takes control of Mario, and he like severely injures SMG4. And Mario stays back with SMG4. And then Karen goes up to find Mr. Weapons, only to find out that he's not there. He's actually at the house with the kids already. Yeah, this is my favorite of the lead-up episodes. So I'd put it in the A tier. Probably at the bottom if I had to guess. And I believe in my reaction, I gave it an 8 out of 10, so that makes sense. I should have mentioned, You Shouldn't Have Done That a 7 out of 10 as well. But yeah. A lot of it is just SG4 and Karen chasing Mario down, because again, Mario doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Then Mario realizes once he like actually hurts SMG4. And then Karen's on her own and realizes she made a terrible mistake and has to like rush back as fast as possible. So yeah. Yeah, out of the lead up to the Silence of the Cats episodes, this one's my favorite. That being said, all this was the lead up to Silence of the Cats. Now this one, I mean, you already know what I scored it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put it where it should go. Right there in the S tier Pingas approved tier. Like I usually do. I was very impressed by this one. We finally get to see Mr. Weapons, and we learn that Karen's name is actually Katana. And that's the name she used to go by when she was an assassin. That we learned that they used to be a team of assassins, and that's how they got together, was through that. And then Mr. Weapons bailed because like he didn't want to like move on from that life. So they separated. And the entire episode is Mr. Weapons trying to convince her that he is actually good for them and he can show them how to use their powers and stuff, which, while watching, I was like, I can understand both perspectives. But then at the very end, it's revealed that Mr. Weapons really only has his own motivations because he wants to continue his shit and he wants the kids to, like, get involved with him in that. And when they can't, he just feels absolutely enraged. And they just, like, fight to the death. And Mr. Weapons obviously loses. Yeah, and that's the thing too. We learned that the kids themselves actually have powers like Mr. Weapons does. So a lot of this video is them training to use them, so that at the very end they can actually use them to take him out when Karen can't do it herself. So yeah, this is just a very incredible story. This one is. It's what shot Karen as a character up into the A tier on my character tier list I did last time I did this. That's what shot Mr. Weapons above Mr. Puzzles for me too, because I thought from the jump his story was very interesting. And again, you could again, until the end, you could pretty much understand where both are coming from. Karen doesn't want them to be involved in the life she was previously in, whereas Mr. Weapons does. But he frames it as like, oh, he wants to, like, at the very least help them because they have the powers. Might as well, like, teach them how to use them at the very least, so that they don't do anything bad with them. Yeah, and then they pick to go with him. This was another really cool scene too. They have to choose between him and her, and they pick him at first. She goes to SMG4's place, and I think Mario tries to eat a toaster or some bullshit. And then Mr. Weapons and them go to Amazon, and he just sends them in to a serious scene, and then obviously they're not able to handle it. So she rushes back and saves them just in time. And then she gets severely injured fighting him. And then they all team up to take him down. And at the very end, she accepts that she's got to teach him how to use the powers properly. And then at the very end, we find out that Mr. Puzzle's still there. And that there's going to be a team up between the two in the near future. But yeah. This was a very fun one. I really liked it in my initial reaction. Obviously, reason why I gave it a 10 out of 10. And yeah, I think it's incredible. I think it is incredible indeed. Now, as for where it stacks up against the other SMG4 movies, that's a tough one. It's better than the 10-year anniversary. It's better than Puzzle Vision. It's kind of a toss-up between it and It's Gotta Be Perfect for me, though. I think the story is better here. But I think the characters of It's Gotta Be Perfect and the overall emotion kind of carries it. So, I don't know. I could go either or on that front. Now, it does not go above Western Spaghetti and Maggie's Destiny and Revelations, but definitely somewhere in the middle of the SG4 movies, I'd say. Still an S tier regardless, so no complaints there. Now we'll see if it's the only one or not. Well, I'm not gonna spoil it. So yeah, fantastic movie that is right there. I was not. I was obviously expecting it to be cool, but I didn't expect to really like it as much as I did. But, I was surprised with SMG4. So yeah, that one was very, very enjoyable. So we cut to that, and these next three I did in a batch reaction. But first, we're doing Mario Cleans the House. This one is incredibly basic. It's, everyone needs to clean up the castle, but they don't want to do it. So SG4 has to force them to do it. Because Swag's coming over, and if he gets even a whiff of the stench, he's gonna nuke the place. So, the entire video is, well, here, the kitchen is clean, but Mario opens the fucking fridge, and there's a bunch of old food everywhere. SG4 needs Bob to clean out his room, which is full of stuff he just won't get rid of. Then Maggie and Luigi clean up the area until Maggie realizes she forgot her chopsticks for her ramen. So she tears up the place. And then they're rolling Mario out. And Mario gets poked by something. Oh yeah. Because Bob grabs the chopsticks and Maggie chases after him. And then the place is just fucking destroyed. And Swag comes in and he's like, he goes to nuke it. And then that's when everyone works together to, like, fix everything. Well, still it's chaos. All the rats come in and infest the place. Then Maggie gets her chopsticks and realizes, what the fuck are we doing? And then Mario eats everything. And then spits it out at the SMG3's cafe. And then Slag goes to nuke that, which that scene was funny. But yeah, we go from a fantastic, heartwarming movie to your typical Mario shenanigans. Although this is everyone's shenanigans because everyone's fucking nuts in this video. But this one's also a lot of fun. I gave this one an 8 out of 10 as well. I'm not sure if it goes into the A tier, but I'll probably put it at the top of B tier. Again, it's kind of nuts, but I think it's a lot of fun. In that scene at the end where Slag goes to nuke the cafe, I did find funny. So yeah, this one was cool. This one was very cool. Again, really, what do you really expect? What do you really expect? Coming directly off of a movie, they always gotta jump right back into the usual after the fact. So yeah. Now we got up to that. This will be Mario in 2030. I just thought this one was weird as fuck. I did react to it as well. I gave it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I noticed there was a lot of SM64 in particular scenes of this one. You even had like the guards in their GoldenEye form. Which prior to this video, it had been a while since we last saw that. Mario comes in and he changes designs, and everyone gets jealous. Something happens and he fucks up the world. Oh yeah, this fucking biohazard shit. And then Swag turns into whatever fuck this is. I just thought this one was really weird. Everyone gets these weird ass designs. Yeah, I mean, if it's a B tier, it's going to the bottom of B. It's just odd. It's not really odd in a way that I think is like that interesting. It's just odd, and that's all I have to say about it. It's a very odd one. It's pretty hard to comprehend what the fuck is even going on. Just trying to explain it right now is like not going super well. It's just, it has to be seen to be believed, essentially. So yeah, I'm not gonna spend much time on that one at all. But yeah, odd video there. Now the little fellas. This one I gave an 8 out of 10 as well. So this one, Bob is caught up in cartel bullshit, and he has to drop his money off to the cartel place, and somehow gets the idea to go into a fucking daycare, and which Maggie is volunteering to be the teacher here with Mario. Mario's helping out. And so they leave SB3 and Bob in charge of working with the kids, and a bunch of chaos ensues. And then this scene was funny where Maggie asks Mario for the treasure map, and Mario realizes he doesn't have it. And then Mario grabs the map that Bob had that was supposed to be for the cartel drop-off spot. And so Mario goes there with some of the kids, and the cartel realizes Bob's been fucking them over. Always Bob, dude. and then they have a all-out war in the daycare. And then, as it turns out, fucking Marty is behind this damn thing. Because of course he is. Why would he not be? Is really the real question here. It's like, where you expect him not to be is a question. Well, if not, then I don't know what you were expecting, but yeah. Probably the lowest of A tier right now. I think this one's a lot of fun. Premise is just so ridiculous. Just Bob not realizing that he's not at the cartel drop-off spot. Oh yeah, because I guess he wrote on the map that it was at the fucking daycare. I don't know how the fuck he managed to do that, but yeah. And again, Marty being the villain here, and then them only getting themselves out because they managed to like trick him into thinking this cardboard is his son. So yeah, good character dynamics here with Bob and SMG4, Mario and Meggy. Yeah, I noticed from that point forward they clearly had someone on the team now to do more of the SM64 stuff. Because here we actually saw a lot more than just like the typical Mario and SMG4 models. We saw quite a lot. And you know, we continue to see more in future videos. I know there's this particular program being used for that I want to get working before I do my next blooper video, but besides the point. I thought this was funny where Mario forgets the map. Thought that part was funny. But yeah, it's such an outlandish concept. I think it's just fucking entertaining as shit. So I will grant it the bottom of A tier. I might move the house one up, depending, but yeah. That's what I'm cool doing for now. And after that, we have Let's Make a Deal. I did react to this one as well. I gave it a 7 out of 10. This one, Melanie is trying to sell her book. So Mario and SG4 volunteer to help her get sales. But Mario's way of going about it is very standard. Meanwhile, SG4's is the content-brained nonsense where he just basically goes insane on trying to sell this damn book. And then they get into a fight over it. Hello, Rick. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, SG4 just goes insane trying to sell this damn book. Mario SG4 just like fight each other over it. And then all of their shenanigans pisses the audience off, so Melanie's not able to sell any of it. And then it rips apart. They rip it apart. And the villains are just like, yeah, it sucks. And then she gets upset, and then Mario and SG4 realize they took things too far. They work together, and they just get all of their friends to, like, look at it instead. So, yeah. I gave this one a 7 out of 10. I'm sticking with that score. It's a very basic but simple story. So, I'm going to put it above the fight episode consistently ever since War of the Fat Italians 2019. That is quite a while ago. That was back when I used to upload. I used to not miss a reaction, dude. That's how long ago that was. Yeah. 2025 edition. Yep, the final one to be exact. Until in the future I decide to redo the all videos ranking because but that's then this is now. That won't be in for the foreseeable future anyway because I got a lot of main channel stuff to worry about. But yeah. I still haven't seen the ending. The ending made me tear up a bit. It's got throwbacks to. It's like an alternate. Well, we'll get to it when we get to it, but It's got throwbacks to like 2011 videos, and it just fucking that got me, bro. I noticed that got a lot of other people too. That was fucking nuts. But yeah. But yeah, this episode, it's a good premise. So above the fight of all time, but probably not any higher. I think that's fair. All right, Mario Soup. I did react to this one. I didn't post it, even though I did edit it, or was going to edit it. Here's the thing. Here's the reason why I didn't post this one. I didn't really care for it. What? It's literally just Mario arguing with the narrator for like 11 minutes on how to make soup. And there's some scenes I thought were kind of cool, but overall, I never score. There's been several videos where it's Mario arguing with a narrator or something, particularly back in the day. Oh yeah, on Instagram, I saw that. Just add me on Discord with your new account. Just add me to your friends thing. My username is not complicated at all. But no. Yeah, I didn't post this one because this didn't do it. Now, I later changed my mind and posted another reaction that I scored lower. But yeah, this one, if I would have posted it, would have gotten a 6 out of 10. I don't really care about these videos where this feels more like it's technically a main series episode, but feels like more of those Mario. It feels like more like an SMG4 crew type deal. And if it was that, I wouldn't even be talking about it right now. But since it's a main episode, it just doesn't really do a lot. It's just a bunch of wacky ass skits of Mario failing to make soup. And again, I never liked the narration episodes. Although there's been quite a few of them. I mean, How to Make Spaghetti was alright, but then you got like Mario Parable and stuff like that. Yeah, this stuff just never did anything for me. So I'm gonna throw that in B-. It's not bad. I can't say it's bad. It's just not really for me. So I think that's a fair placement. It didn't do a whole lot, and I don't want to spend any more time on it because, well, I didn't really rate it very highly. So yeah. SMG4 fall off for you? The answer is no. Actually, I'll say this. SMG4, here's the thing. When I was still in the community in 2019 and early 2020, I did kind of make some of those points. Like, yeah, I think it's declining after the anime arc. I did kind of like buy into that narrative at the time. And that's the narrative that was discussed on my streams back in the day. And that's part of the reason why I decided to quit that. And I hate my disinterest with certain other channel got so bad that it made me just not want to keep doing it altogether. That, and I had other projects like A Familiar World, so I felt like it was a perfect time to quit. If you watch some of my final reactions here, I wasn't as into it by this point. Like Mario Spicy Day, the one where SMG3 gets a voice, that put me off. I didn't react to any of the other. I was skipping ones, although I did them on stream and I later posted them, as you can see, like right here on arc. To be honest, the anime arc was my favorite arc. Followed by Waluigi. Waluigi was fucking amazing too. But yeah. So yeah, I did kind of buy into that narrative for a bit there. That said, I kind of have reason to, because even now I do still think this early 2020 period was a little on the weaker side. Not entirely, but it wasn't as interesting. Once we got past Meggy's Destiny, this period here was just kind of okay. 2021 was a much better year. And then 2022 I thought was a great year. 2023 I thought was a great year too. It was even better than 2022. 2024 was a good year. It was a little underwhelming compared to 2023 and 2022. And then 2025, well, we're in the middle of ranking that right now, so I'm not going to tell you what I thought about it right this second, but yeah. Also, I was a different reviewer back then. I changed my reviewing style up over time. So, as a result, my opinions changed. By the time I came back, I was basically all in on what SMG4 was doing. Back in the day, it took me a while to make up my opinion. So yeah. Debate video. Branding purposes since she's an inkling. On board with Meggy having... Here's the thing. Meggy having a... Not having this... The Splatoon voice. The inkling voice, excuse me, when she's not inkling anymore. Doesn't really make too much sense. So giving her a voice actor, I think was a solid choice. It didn't throw me... I accepted it more than I did, like, SMG4 and SMG3. SMG4 threw me off at first, but now it doesn't bother me at all. That said, X and FM voiced themselves in one of the last videos, and I have things to say about that. But yeah. And yeah, one of the last videos features X and FM in a prominent role, which is sick. But yeah. But yeah, that's my stance. I'll get into it when I do the seasons ranking. I will tell you my opinions on every era of SMG4 as a whole. My final stance, however, just before we get right back into it, I don't think any era of SMG4 is bad. I think there are some that do things better than others. And I think what you prefer is going to depend on what you grew up with or started watching first. So for me personally, my favorite SMG4 periods is 2016 is my favorite because that's when I started watching again through like GameCube Dude and all of that, like 2 years after I was banned. So I have a lot of attachment to 2016 and 2015 as a result. 2012 and 2013 is literally what I grew up with. 2014 I grew up with half of that year, not the other half. So the other half I watched after the fact and it did nothing for me. Maybe it would have if I was younger. I don't know. 2017 is a year I didn't really care for at first, but I grew to appreciate over time. 2018 was a year I liked but didn't love. I absolutely love it now. 2019 I really like. 2020 was a year I thought was a little on the lower side. I think it was this change in editing I just found jarring. And I basically enjoy... Again, other eras have more pros and cons than others. We will get to those when we get to those. But just as a baseline, I don't think SMG4 ever fully declined. I think it had periods where it's decreased a slight bit. Again, it just depends on what you grew up with and what era you're the most fond of. Again, I'm not one of those types where I rank based off of how I feel about previous eras. Like, no disrespect to Dub, but I'm not Dub who's going to rank a episode based off of how I like older ones. I have a format. It's like if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. That's the end. Then I'll be all. And thankfully, SG4 really doesn't get many episodes that I outright don't like, and I'm very honest when he does. But yeah, moving on. We'll get to those when we get to the years themselves. This is all the way back in 2024. I do not want to go that far back. Okay. Super SG4 Party. Forgot about that man. Yeah, he's off doing his own thing. But no, I don't rank things based off of, it's based off of how I feel about the videos overall. That said, when doing the overall tier list of all the videos, that was a little hard to judge. Because obviously I prefer the editing style of like 2016, 2015 SMG4, 2017, and 2018 as well, over what came later. That's for damn sure. But in terms of the writing and the characters, I don't really think there's too much of a preference there. But editing-wise, I do, and humor-wise, I do think 2015 through 2019 is probably the peak. Even though 2012 and 2013 are up there for like my top 5 favorite years. I'm just saying overall as a period, because I do not think 2014 is peak year. But yeah. So this is them. Yeah, it's a surprise party for SMG4, so everyone tries to set up their own surprise party. I mean, while you have Mario and Tari trying to distract him from what's going on in the castle while they're trying to set things up. And SG4 gets annoyed because, again, Mario and Tari are just annoying the piss out of him. So, yeah. And then they fucking destroy everything, and SG4 comes in, and yeah, everything's destroyed. And SG4 respects it anyway, because it's the thought that counts. And then I believe Maggie's cooking. Yeah, Maggie cooks, and she like contaminates everyone with her food. So yeah, I feel like this one's gonna go above the fight. Well, just underneath the fight of all time in the good tier. Peaking classic. Excuse me. No. 2014 has peak videos, but there's a lot that year I really don't like. That being said, I grew up with 2012 and 2013, and before I got to see all 2014, I watched videos critical of it back in the day, and that was during the period when I was banned. I got banned just before, like, Who Let the Chomp Out came out, for reference. I got banned the day Mario for Hire came out, which I don't like that episode at all. That's one of my least favorite SB4 videos, period. Again, it has peak videos. I won't deny that it does. But it's not one of my favorites. But yeah, I don't have too much to say about the party episode. It's pretty basic. Alright, the race of all time. This is Meggy, Mario, and Bob basically giving lessons to Karen's kids because they all get separated because Zach thinks he's better than everyone. Corey has to do homework, which he's basically a cat version of Mario, so he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. But Mario trains him, and he actually gets through it. Katie gets made fun of, and then Meggy relates because she got made fun of when she turned into a human. And then at the very end, they work together to complete the race, and they cheated because they used their powers, but they're still winners to everyone else. Yeah, this one was fun. This one's just a very good standard story. Oh wait, I gave Super SB4 Party an 8 out of 10. I didn't realize I did that. Never mind. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot. That would put it all the way up. Well, it's not going above It's a Me. But it could, yeah, I guess it could go right there. Okay. But no, this one I gave a 7 out of 10. I'll be honest, I'm gonna bump that score up because I think it's better than the SMG4 Party. Probably just underneath Fun Luigi in the good tier. I'm thinking, I don't know if it goes up to A, but probably, probably right there. Again, it's some of your main characters giving lessons to the kids. While Bob's giving his, Mara's trying to get a hot dog, and he just like annoys the piss out of Bob over it. So that's kind of funny. This scene with Corey, which I don't know what the fuck was going on here. And he finishes his homework. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah, I'll get into my thoughts on. Have you ever heard you have a soothing voice? No, I've never heard that. I've never heard that, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'm putting that one squarely in the middle of B for now. All right. I watched this one last night, even though I'm pretty sure I saw it, but didn't remember seeing it. He was denied Switch 2. Now, SMG4 and Tari. Ow. I brushed the side of my fucking arm. That hurt. Oof. Still better than stepping on a fucking thumbtack, though. By the way, I did do that on Christmas, no less. For those that didn't know that. Anyways, they camp out at GameStop. They're going to get the Switch 2, but then they realize it's too fucking expensive. So they go to get it from Bob. And he's selling literally the Switch 1. He's trying to con them into buying a Switch 1. Doesn't work. Mario ends up getting the Switch 2. I don't know how. And they fight. They try to, like, convince him to, like, give them time to play it. So we get some dynamics with SG4, Tari, and Clench. SMG3 gets involved in the action. And they try to devise a plan to steal it from Mario. And then they get sucked into it through Tari's powers. And then Mario torments them in the games, which these scenes were a lot of fun. And then as it turns out, there's attacks to, like, literally play the fucking games, so they can't even do it. So they decide, you know what, let's go chill outside. And then after it's all done, Tari cannot resist fucking going homeless for this damn Switch. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched this one. I didn't react to it, but I did watch this one, but I didn't remember if I did or not, so I rewatched it just in case. And yeah, I'm going to put this one. It's probably might even be A tier as well. I thought it was a lot of fun. And it's literally just them trying to, like, steal the Switch from Mario, and Mario puts them through hell as a result. So, yeah. I'm not sure if it goes much higher than where I have it currently. But there you go. There you go. There you go. Alright. The internet is dead. I did watch this one. I forgot I did, so I rewatched it. And then as soon as I turned it on, I was like, oh, I remember what this. This one is technically a reused idea because they did do the episode where everyone didn't have internet, so everything turned into chaos. If you remember, what was it called? I think it was called Mad fucking. It's a 2018 episode. I know that. Mad Mario, yeah, Mad Mario, yeah. So SMG3, so in that one, SMG3 steals the internet from everyone, and Mushroom Kingdom turns into a deserted wasteland where everyone's, like, fighting each other. This one is basically just as nuts as that. Because the internet goes out, everyone turns into a fucking monster. Meanwhile, Bookins is trying to get Bob his money Oh, I love this. The internet goes out because Swag wants to download a fucking movie. And instead of resetting his internet, he hits the wrong button and resets the world's internet. Because he's a fucking retard. And so SMG4, SMG3, Tari, and is that it? They go nuts. They just go absolutely fucking insane. Oh, and Bob, yeah, Bob too. They just go fucking insane. And then when they finally find Boopkins, they like sacrifice. They go to sacrifice into a volcano. And Mario's the only sane one here. That's the interesting part about it. Is Mario's the only sane one, not freaking out about the internet. He's just like, yeah, just go outside. So yeah, all this over no internet, bro. When I didn't have internet, which was for a while, I just played fucking. I played entirety Galaxy, bro. And that's why I did the Luigi Galaxy series, because like I played all Mario Galaxy, and then once the internet was back, I just did Luigi Galaxy on stream. But yeah, this one a bit controversial because everyone goes nuts here, but I think that makes it a lot of fun. I don't think it goes into the A tier, but because again, it is kind of just a kind of a reused idea because we did see this before. But I think it's just batshit insane enough to be a lot of fun, so I'll throw it right there in the B tier. And we'll see if I move these up or not. Super Luigi Galaxy. Yep, that is a stream series I did do. Mario trying to steal Switch 2. Okay. But yeah, it is just absolutely insane. And I like it quite a bit. Alright. SMG3's new mascot. This one's also kind of nuts as well. So, this starts like a mini story where Meggy is looking for other jobs she can do. We already had this back in, I want to say, early 2021 with like the Pursuit of Happiness, where Meggy goes to apply for different jobs. Here, she decides to be the mascot of SB3's cafe, which she didn't want to be the mascot of SB3's cafe, but she took a job there, and that's the role she got put in. So this entire video is her trying to sell the cafe and just getting absolutely demolished because they can't fucking hear her inside the suit. So she just gets put on this wild ass journey. And as it turns out, her costume looks like this criminal called El Bombo. So they're chasing after her thinking she's the criminal. And at the very end, she drags everyone to SB3's cafe. And when SMG3 says like, "Yo, you wanna go for another round?" she like beats the shit out of him. So yeah. This one's also nuts, but it's also quite fun. I'm not sure how high it goes though. I think it's above the fight of all time. Maybe even the deal. I don't know if I'll put it much higher than that though. So yeah. Again, all this would have been solved. And yeah, she pisses off a bunch of bob-ombs too. Oh, I forgot X and FM show up here briefly. But El Bombo falls in love with her. So yeah, it's just absolutely fucking batshit insanity. She destroys Depresso, which good, because that character sucks. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know if it goes much higher than what I have it, because it is a lot of fun. But yeah. It leads into this mini story that continues on with Split, where Maggie's trying to apply for different jobs, which lead us LC50 with a VTuber model. No. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. No. How about let's not imagine LC50 with a VTuber model, please? Thank you. Okay? Okay. Mm. SMG4 is a glitch property. It's not on their website. It was on the website. It isn't anymore. Is it not anymore? It was. SG4 was on the glitch website. Why the fuck is it still doing this? Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Again, it's probably because some, like, weird ads are showing up. I asked him before, so it's glitch. Yeah, it's glitch. Yeah, SG4 is a glitch property. And it used to be on the website. I don't think it's there anymore because it's over. So it's probably just treated separately now. But no, it is technically, and it's got all the same people working on it, I imagine. So, yeah. I know it used to have its own team. I don't know, and I'm sure it still did by the end, but malware. I think there's some ads that are showing up on the tier list website because the tier list website has a bunch of ads on it. So I gotta refresh that every now and then. I don't actually have malware on this thing. I got so much fucking protection. If I had malware, it would tell me. But yeah. But no, Split. So Meggy applies to be EGAD's assistant. But as it turns out, she didn't read the fine print. And yeah, lab assistants. And as it turns out, she applied for a lab rat assistant's job. So EGAD performs an experiment on her that's supposed to cure dementia or something, but he doesn't remember because I guess he has dementia. And then it splits her and Leggy. So Leggy comes back in. Leggy gets all Meggy's strength, whereas Meggy becomes weak as fuck and can barely move, so she's in the wheelchair for most of the episode. They gotta chase after Leggy. And they recreate Mr. Puzzles multiple times to try to capture her. At the end, they go back to her Mr. Puzzles lair, and Meggy's the only one that could convince her. So she goes in and says, like, she'll consider helping Mr. Puzzles in a legal sense because at this point he's in prison. And then at the end, she realized not only is he in prison, but he's sentenced to death. So yeah. Simple adventure of them running around trying to capture Leggy to me, so maybe I'll watch 2025 SMG4. I'd recommend out of 2025 SMG4, I'd recommend watching the last Splatfest because it has X and FM returning for a prominent role, and the final episode because it's like it's an alternative timeline, but it brings back all of the old designs. It has a montage that's literally like 2011 through 2015 SMG4. It's so sick. But yeah, Split. I'll put this one in This one's quite fun. Put it up there. I will say this about not just 2025 SG4, but SG4 in general. Due to the fact that it does so much, especially once you get past 2022, it's just like a lot of the episodes start to become even more connected. So there's a lot that needs to be watched in order to understand everything. Now, thankfully, I have, so it's not that difficult for me. Hopping off then, so see you later. Sent you a friend request, by the way. Oh, you did? Alright, I'll accept that. Okay. Alright, that is accepted. Okay. Yeah, splits. I'll put it at the top of A tier for now. Not the top. What the fuck am I talking about? Probably put it above He Was Denied Switch 2 and the Little Fellas and leave it there. Okay. Now we move into the Mr. Weapons and Mr. Puzzles. Yeah, see you later, Rick. Mr. Weapons and Mr. Puzzles portion of the story, where they become friends in Prison Vision. Now we're back to the episodes I reacted to. I was going to react to the split, the mascot one and a few others, but I forgot why I didn't. I just felt like it was too late. Now, if I had the context that this was going to be the final year, I would have done them anyway. But it is what it is. But yeah. So this one. It's mainly centered around Mr. Puzzles in prison. And then he meets up with Toomph, who is like the most dangerous prisoner ever, and he doesn't look very threatening, but he causes a lot of damage later on, to say the least. Then this is the prequel to Silence of the Cats, basically, because like it ends where Silence of the Cats concluded, where Mr. Puzzles reaches out to Mr. Weapons. This is the lead up to that, where he reaches out to him. It's good, but I'm not putting it very high. It doesn't really do a whole lot that really interests me. It's just Mr. Puzzles spending minutes basically trying to find a way out, and then he meets up with Toomph, and then learns about Mr. Weapons, and that's where it ends. I think there's better videos a part of this story, so I'm gonna move on from that one. Like this one, A Very Unlikely Friendship, and I believe in my reaction, I gave that a 7 out of 10, yeah. I'm giving this one a 7 out of 10 as well, A Very Unlikely Friendship. Now this one, Toomph goes to find Mr. Weapons, who is, because he's here in the garbage dump. That's right, because Karen like basically dismantled him at the end of Silence of the Cats. So, and then Mr. Puzzle reaches out, so they have to build like a form for him, so it looks like that. And then she calls Meggie, because obviously Meggie needs to be his lawyer here to get him out of the death penalty. And she asked him to meet her at SMG4's castle. And then Toomph finds out that Mr. Puzzles is very suspicious and is doing this for his own motives. But Mr. Weapons is isn't really aware of that yet, so they're still cool. Yeah, I like this one more, but not by a whole lot. In comparison to the Songs of the Cat lead-ins, I think these aren't. I don't know. Probably because I don't really care. Mr. Puzzles has moments, but overall, I don't think these really do too much to me. Now, Final Step is the exception. This is when Mr. Puzzle is still tricking them, and they arrive at the showgrounds at the castle. And Mr. Weapons goes and tries to steal everyone's stuff, and then they all realize shit was taken from them. So they all fight each other until they go to Mario's house, and then they run into Mr. Weapons, and they fight him. And lose, and then he just walks off. And that's the lead into the movie, which is Guns and Puzzles. Now, for this episode, I gave this one another 7 out of 10. So, I'm going to put it above You Shouldn't Have Done That, in between that and Hobo Mario, because I think it's stronger than the previous two. But it's not as strong as, say, the lead up to Silence of the Cats, that final one, Enough is Enough, where that one is really good. This one's good, though. I wish I had more to say, but this part of the story felt kind of like a blur. I remember it, but it didn't really. Being in between Silence of the Cats and what we saw later with War of the Fat Italians, and also the end of the series. But yeah, now we move on to the movie Guns and Puzzles. This one. So, Mr. Puzzle is keeping up his ruse of being friends with Mr. Weapons. So, they got to team up to get out of jail together. Well, Mr. Weapons has to help Mr. Puzzle escape prison. Then they fight each other, and then they realize that they start to enjoy each other's company and become friends. I believe this also introduces the Death Cube, this one. Or it might have been introduced beforehand, I don't remember. So Meggy is waiting for Mr. Puzzles to get there. And while Mr. Puzzles is there, Mr. Weapons arrives because he realized Mr. Puzzles betrayed him. And then Mr. Weapons goes ballistic over it, realizing he's a piece of shit. And then he tries to kill him. And then Mr. Puzzles escapes, and so does Mr. Weapons, and the Death Cube is after both of them. This one got a high score because it is incredibly emotional. The stakes are very high. And it's still going to go pretty high on this list. But I don't think it goes to the Pingas approve, and my reaction, I gave it a 9 out of 10. They're just, it's good on, it's really good on that front. I don't really think it does as, it's a good dynamic of Mr. Puzzle and Mr. Weapons. but it doesn't really hit in the same way as the Karen and Mr. Weapon stuff did earlier. Yeah, probably because I'm not super big on Mr. Puzzles as a character. I don't know. I found the Karen and Mr. Weapon stuff a lot more engaging, but this one's still very engaging, even if the lead-ups weren't quite. So that means it does go to the A tier. Probably just underneath the Team Fortress 2 video, I guess. No, granted, if I had to choose to watch that one, I would just watch the original, but regardless. Yeah, this part of the story was really just kind of a blurring. It's sandwiched in between the Karen stuff, and it's sandwiched in between the final War of the Fat Italians leading into the end of the series. So it doesn't really hit as a result when put up against that. So that said, as far as the movies are concerned, if I'm not mistaken, I gave Puzzle Vision another 9 out of 10. I think this is stronger than the Puzzle Vision movie itself. So I will put it there. These two are 9 out of 10s, by the way, if you're curious, and these are 8 out of 10s. Okay. This episode, 100 Marios versus 1 gorilla. If you saw my reaction to this, you already know where I'm gonna put this, if I'm being 100% honest. Yeah. Yeah. Now, is it bad? No. I said this in my reaction, but it takes a little too long to get into the actual meat of the thing. It takes 6 minutes of an 11-minute video to get to the 100 Mario battle. That's probably the best part of it. Meme 100 men versus a gorilla. Oh, interesting. It takes that long to get into the premise. And just nothing here really landed for me. Like, what was the premise again? Mario's excited, they're watching Nintendo Direct, and Mario gets upset that Donkey Kong got a game before him. That's the fucking premise of this shit. So they fight each other to the death over it. And then they realize, oh wait, this is stupid, we shouldn't fight anymore. And then Mario's rewarded with Luigi's Mansion 4. Yeah, I don't care. I gave it a 6 out of 10, and yeah, I didn't give a fuck about this one, to be quite honest with you. It's nothing wrong with it. It's just there. That's all I gotta say. It's just there, and I'd watch it over the Soup video because I like the style more than the Soup video, you know? I'll put it there, and that's where it will stay. Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on that one because I really don't care about it. Okay, Super Mario Kart World. I gave this one a 7 out of 10 as well. This episode, I haven't played Mario Kart World. I've seen a decent amount of gameplay of it. Here's the thing. The original Super Mario Kart is really good. Obviously, I don't think this one is quite as good as the original. That said, there's a lot of character variety here. Due to the fact that there's so many characters in the actual game, so they decided to throw in a bunch of characters, like like at the start here, you got Bowser, Wheeler, Shroomy, Depresso, Wimpu, Bell, Kaizo, characters you really don't see much of. SMG1 and SMG2. So here, Mario basically just has to make the qualifying, and he teams up with a cow to like fuck everyone up. Then they go to Bikini Bottom, and here he runs into Wario, Mr. Monitor, Luigi, and Luigi saves Mario only for Luigi to be disqualified, and Luigi's just fucking. He gives Mario the death stare while he's dying. This part was great. Then you get in the cloud portion. SMG4. This was ridiculous. So Slag and Chris, I guess, are allowed to use an entire fucking plane. I don't even think they're supposed to. Yeah, they're not even supposed to be a part of it. But Swag decides to just enter anyway. And of course, Toad's here. Toad creates a bunch of challenges for them to do. I don't know if that's a main game thing or if that's like a race thing or if that's something that's in the overworld of that game. Again, I've never played it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Mario clears. SMG4 gets all the coins, but Kermit doesn't, so he loses anyway. Then Toad creates a tornado, which sucks up Mario. And then Toad insults the tornado, and the tornado takes him anyway. The plane gets destroyed. Then you move into the next section with Karen, who I don't even think is in the race. She's just like trying to get to work. And then they run into this giant DK, which fucks all of them up. Even Donkey Kong himself. Mario turns into the robot Mario. And he betrays the Robo Donkey Kong, and they get in the Rainbow Road, and Tari faints from being in Rainbow Road. Mr. Puzzles is here. Robo Donkey Kong comes up here. He teams up with Clench. And everyone gets sucked into a fucking black hole. Besides Mario. Mario wins the race, as he usually does. And then he's just lost in space forever, because the world died because of a black hole. It's a lot of fun. In my reaction, I give it a 7 out of 10. I'm probably booting it up to an 8 out of 10 now. That said, I don't know where to place it in that regard. It's above It's a Me and the race and Find Luigi. Maybe top of the good tier, but for now, maybe that. I don't know. Maybe sub just to chat. Oh, really? I thought that was disabled. Fuck, that's not supposed to be enabled. I hit anyone. Why the fuck did it not save? God, that's annoying. Okay. I did that on the main account, too, recently, I noticed. But yeah. Also, keep in mind, tomorrow... I'm getting exhausted from doing all of these back-to-back streams, but tomorrow we will be doing the end of the year stream for the main account. But yeah. I'm not exhausted from this stream, I'm just saying. I've had to do so many streams over the last couple of weeks. But yeah. I will leave it there for now. Alright, if Mario was in Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'm gonna be honest, I purposely skipped out on this one because I had such a mediocre experience with the 100 Marios video. So I was like, this is just gonna be more of the same, isn't it? And also, it's a current If Mario Was In video. For as much as I like current SB4, current If Mario Was In does nothing for me usually. So. Lately. Yeah. But I'm making up for all the time lost, so it makes sense. And oh my god, I'm not sure if I'm even gonna be back the first week because, like, if you really think about it, I got a 2-day fucking gap. And that's it. I don't know. And I gotta figure out what playthrough I'm gonna do, but that's the point. But yeah, I skipped out on this one purposely because I didn't think I was gonna enjoy it all that much. That being said, I think it's very good. Here's the thing. I have not played Donkey Kong Bonanza or seen that much gameplay of it, so I don't know how accurate the video is to the game itself. I know baseline details. Like, I know it can transform into animals and you, like, get stuff out of the ground. I don't know how much any of this is accurate, but I just think as an overall video, I think it's very fun. It brings back in Mario Donkey Kong dynamic. We haven't seen that. Well, besides the 100 Marios video. We haven't seen that since 2018, I want to say, because there was a dinner date video. That was the last time. So, and I only watched this one last night. I would have liked to react to it, but again, I skipped it because of my bad experience with the other one. That being said, this one probably edges up in the A tier. For as much as I didn't expect that to happen, I think it does. Again, I don't know how accurate it is, but it's so fucking random and ridiculous and just so much fun. And then Mario eats a damn golden banana at the end and gets thrown into the pit of death as a result. Yeah, Mario gets even at Donkey Kong because, like, Donkey Kong owes him money. And then they have to team up. And at the end, they learn to start working together. So, yeah. Better than I expected it to be. And again, for being a current if Mario was in a video, these videos usually don't do a whole lot. The old ones are amazing, but these ones usually don't do it for me. Same with Stupid Mario, but surprisingly, both have been pretty damn good. The only videos I haven't really cared for this year are videos that are just kind of like, whatever. Burn you out with all the streams. I'll do what I see fit. That's it. I do got to work on actual video content too, so if I'm not back the first week, I will be back the second week, and I will get videos done in between. They've been long streams, that's true. How long have we been live for? 2 hours? Oh, yeah. Alright. Pleasant surprise, that one. I didn't expect to enjoy that one as much as I did. Also, this has been a thing for a bit, but I think the editing this year is, like, has gotten even better than even it was, like, in 2023 and 2024. So yeah. So I think overall quality on that front has been improvement this year too. But yeah. So, Mr. Puzzles Teaches Cinema. We enter basically the pre-Word the Fat Italians episodes. And Mr. Puzzles Teaches Cinema. On my reaction, I gave this a 7 out of 10. So, this one, Mr. Puzzles is hiding from a death cube. And he just pretends to be a teacher of drama class. So he teaches Karen's kids how to make film, essentially. And he has a really hard time doing it. And then they actually get him and Mario. He has to work with Mario. And they obviously piss each other the fuck off. Oh yeah, Mario doesn't recognize Mr. Puzzles until, like, the very end, where he drops his fake beard. And Mario's like, and Mario immediately sticks the death cube on him. So yeah, while they're fighting, the kids use the footage that they got to make their own movie. And they make something that works. Everyone starts signing up for the drama club. And Mr. Puzzles just like quits immediately after. While reminiscing on his time with Mr. Weapons. Yeah. Just based off this one alone, this is a much stronger start than the previous story had. That said, it's not like super high, but it's a stronger start, to say the least. And I think that's fair. Okay. I will say, they did a lot with Karen's kids in 2025. They did more of it, more with them in 2024 as well. But because they were introduced in 2022, I don't remember them having much roles in 2023. They had more in 2024, and then they just really spiked this year. It would have been cool to see where they went over time. But, you know. Alright. His grammar has definitely improved over the years. I'll give him that at least. I mean, yeah. He started making these videos when he was like 13 or something, so... But yeah, weapons of mass destruction. So, what happened this one again? No, I remember. Okay, Mr. Puzzles gets a bounty on Mario, so he has to kill Mario. Meanwhile, Swag sells him a weapon to use, and then Slag, as it turns out, Slag's undercover. So they're going to look for Mario. And Mr. Weapons develops a relationship with Toomps. Rip SMG4. Yep. I will say it went out in one hell of a way. But yeah, Swag and Chris are just Swag just explaining the fucking plan out in the open so Toomps hears it. Then Mr. Weapons gets trapped. Then Toomps has to rescue him. And Slag gets trapped at the end because, of course, Slag's a fucking idiot. So that's the deal there. It's just building up the relationship with Mr. Weapons and Toomps, the one he tried to have with the kids but wasn't able to. I like this one more than the previous one. And that'll probably place it right above You Shouldn't Have Done That. And that's where it will stay. I think it is fairly solid. Alright, Mr. Puzzles works at Walmart. This one was just fun. I should mention, I gave that one a 7 out of 10, and this one a 7 out of 10 as well. This one's just fun. Mr. Puzzles realizes his TV is rusting. He needs to clean it. He needs to buy polish, but he can't afford it because he got no money. So he applies for Walmart. Karen finds him, and he gets applied to Walmart, so they have to work together. So they just piss each other off. And they learn to work as a team at the end, but she shows them how to do it. And they have to fend off against the villains, and Mr. Puzzles gets approved of the shit he's doing and becomes like the manager. And then all the villains start causing havoc, which overwhelms Mr. Puzzles, so they work together as a team and cleans the store. And at the end, he gets $20 for his work and then realizes that it's literally not enough because it is $21. So as a result, he just fucking steals and Karen chases after him. Karen is the one character who I guess doesn't fucking know who Mr. Puzzles is. But yeah, like I said, I gave this episode an 8 out of 10. I just think it's a lot of fun. It's just Karen and Mr. Puzzles annoying the hell out of each other and then having to work together. And Karen's one of those characters, kind of reminds me of Toad, where she just doesn't put up with anyone's bullshit. Except, not hateful like Toad is. Toad just, like, hates everyone. That's his character, but Karen's not like that, but she has a lot of the same attitude as him. So, I think it goes underneath Find Luigi. So in the higher end of the A tier. B tier. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna move Super Mario Kart World up to the A tier. And I'll probably put it above the Donkey Kong Bonanza video. And I might leave it for now. But yeah. Alright. Super Princess SMG4. This one was kind of weird. So, what happens here is the Toads are retarded, and I think they just think SMG4 is Peach. Bob, like... Oh yeah, Bob and SMG4 are having, like... having issues. Oh yeah, because the hotel gets infested with toads. So Bob needs to get rid of them. So he makes SMG4 pretend to be Peach, so he could go get them the hell out of there. He brings them into the castle, and SMG4 is not down with it. And him and Mario get pissed off because they don't want all the fucking toads there. And not like regular Toad. Regular Toad, well, we know the deal with him. But these Toads are, like, annoying as fuck. And then they ask Bowser to go kidnap SMG4. So, SMG4 and Mario team up. We got a little segment here where they reenact, like, a Mario and Luigi RPG battle. Yeah, SMG4 turns into Mario, and then Mario's Luigi. And they realize that SMG4 is not Peach, so they go to torture Bob. I'm putting this one... I don't know. Maybe above Hobo Mario? It's very good. But I'm not sure how much higher it goes, is the thing. I do like it, though. Concept's a little weird, but I do think it's fun. And I like that we get to see Bowser here. We got to see a lot more of the older characters this year. And we'll see even more once we get into the later stuff. But there we go. Alright, we got A Day of Unexpected Whimsy, which is... It's Karen's birthday, I'm pretty sure, yeah, but her kids are not there, so she has no one to celebrate with. And she's just like, I don't do celebration, so Mario and Maggie try to, like, help her anyway, which she is just annoyed as absolute piss this entire video because she doesn't want to celebrate. A lot of shenanigans ensues. Mario and Meggy realize they went too far with everything, so they apologize. And she warms up to the idea, and then the kids get home and everyone's passed out on the fucking ground drunk. And that's where it ends. This one I gave 7 out of 10 as well. I'm putting this on the higher end though, because it is a lot of fun. Again, really reminds me of Toad, where she just like doesn't want any part of it. But unlike Toad, she's not going to stay hating the world like he does. But again, that's kind of what makes Toad's character what it is. Alright, I need to start eating. While I'm doing that, let me see if there's any other changes I want to make before I continue on. I'll be honest, now I'm thinking about it, I'm moving the Mario 2030 video lower. Not that much lower, but I think I'm gonna keep the water video, however. But yeah, the if Mario was in 2030 is just weird. Just weird. Hmm. I think that's. I'll put Mario Kart World above Houston at Switch 2. Is that it? Is that all I want to do? Here's the thing. This is how 2024 looks. As we all know, this year took a very different direction towards the end. So, this tier is going to likely fill up. And again, you guys know why. So I'm gauging how much I want in that tier currently before when we get to it, we get a hell of a lot more. Oh, that piece is not sitting right with me. Ugh. Oh, what the fuck's up with that one? Luigi fan, welcome to stream. Yeah. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. In the A tier there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 2 off from here, but I have a feeling how this list is gonna look. As we progress towards the end, okay? Okay. Soul Search. This starts out as another episode where SMG4 thinks he's lost his touch. So he needs new ideas. So he goes to the internet archives to find ways to, like, get better ideas. We've seen this concept before, although not quite like this. Boopkins is there searching for how to get a girlfriend. And then SG4 realizes Mr. Puzzles is there. And he invites everyone over. And then they run into Mr. Weapons and they chase each other. And they find Mr. Puzzles at the end here. Basically, and this is where it ends. He says he's gonna make things right. Probably right there. I don't really have too much to say. It's just kind of lead up to War of the Fat Italians. That said, I do have a lot to say about War of the Fat Italians itself. You get me? So. I guess we'll jump to it. Alright, War of the Fat Italians 2025. The final War of the Fat Italians, to be exact. Soul Search, I gave an 8 out of 10. Yeah, that's what I thought. Actually, if I gave it an 8 out of 10, that means it would probably have to go above Super Princess SMG3. If I react to the Costco video, I'll probably give that an 8 out of 10 as well, so I'll put it right there. War of the Fat Italians 2025. You guys know what I rated this one already. Now here's the thing with War of the Fat Italians 2025. I did not get to it right away. I was going to, but I don't really remember the reason why. I just remember the day I was going to do it, this motherfucker dropped. This episode, it's not even an episode, this video announcing that the series will be over. I said in my reaction, but I was just kind of chilling, getting setting up for doing the reaction, and then I saw this in my recommended, and I was just like, I just got a pit in my stomach very briefly, and then I clicked on it. and realize, oh, fuck. This is it. And so for the rest of that day, I couldn't. I didn't know how to feel for the rest of that day, honestly. I was not feeling great, that's for sure. It did make me feel a certain type of way. Because again, SMG4 means a whole lot to me. The S50 network would not be what it is today without it, so seeing that's coming to an end now just so suddenly, because I had plans to continue to even increase the SMG4 reactions next year, but again, if I had the hindsight of knowing this was the final year, I would have, like, went back and did all the videos I missed. But oh well. But yeah, that came out just before I got to Word the Fat Italian. So with Word the Fat Italians, once we finally get to it, I already knew what the ending was going to be. Without even knowing the ending, I knew this was it. So I went in with the context of knowing. If I didn't know the context, I probably would have gave this a 9 out of 10. It's very incredible, don't get me wrong. But what would hold it back, but what pushed it up to the Pingas approved tier for me, is the fact that it's the final one. That makes all of these flashbacks to old episodes and alternative timelines hit that much harder. And the return of all the old arc villains at the end too. Well, besides Bob. Final rap battle. Mr. Puzzles and Mr. Weapons making amends, and then as the world's about to be destroyed, Mr. Puzzles and Mr. Weapons both have to sacrifice themselves in order to save everyone. It's revealed that Toomph is an alien from another dimension researching friendship, and then he just leaves. That part was kind of odd, but yeah. It's just a nice throwback to the good old days. They get sent back to Who Let the Chomp Out. Yeah, just like, okay. They get sent back to Mario Spaghetti Delivery. There's a lot of references to older videos and stuff. Stu and Pid actually appear, which is fucking great. Mario Road Trip, they get teleported to that video. Maggie's Destiny. The Baldi's Basics video. Mario's Challenge. Freddy's Spaghetteria, because of course they had to put that in here. The Cake is a Lie. Is the final video they get teleported to. Mr. Puzzles. Mr. Puzzles' whole thing is he's teleporting back to the Guns and Puzzles episode so he can make the different decision. Stop right there, yeah. To make the other decision. And then once he made the other decision, he went back to the current timeline. And I guess found peace within himself. And that's kind of where it ends. Again, what really edges it up to a fucking 10 for me is the fact that I still don't know what fucking episode this is. I remember pointing it out in the reaction. I actually can't tell which one that is. That might be account loss, I don't know. You think I remember dialogue from fucking 2011 videos, dude? Some of them maybe, but But yeah, all the flashbacks, and this had the whole this. If it wasn't the finale, it had the feeling of a finale. So at the end, when he's like, "Can I talk to you guys?" Again, watching this with the veil of hindsight really pushed it up, and it would have pushed it up in this ranking. It would have been a 9 out of 10 in the reaction probably if I didn't have the context, but having the context, it's just like knowing this is the final one. My God, did they go out with a bang. Honestly, I don't even know which one I like more between Silence of the Cats and War of the Fat Italians. Silence of the Cats is a better story, but War of the Fat Italians is just a trip down memory lane. With a lot of great story elements too, don't get me wrong. But I think as a full story that Silence of the Cats does a better job, but in terms of just being a nostalgic romp, this one is fantastic. Hell of a way to go out. War of the Fat Italians is crazy, because War of the Fat Italians literally started out because Mario scribbled on SMG4's computer, and in retaliation, SMG4 uploaded an embarrassing video of Mario's Hello Kitty collection or some dumb shit. And then they fight to the death, and then Toad comes up with a name at some point. And then randomly in that video, a fucking robber comes in and just kills Mario. Well, it's believed he kills Mario, but he actually doesn't. But yeah, that's where it started. Then it became Mario and SG4 doing challenges in 2013, I want to... Was it 2013 or 2014? I think it was 2014. Well, no. 2014 was the viewer challenges. 2013 and 2012 had just standard challenges. Not viewer suggested. And then it became a viewer suggested series for the remainder, basically, and with the only exception of one that wasn't was 2023 and this one. These were the only ones that weren't. And they used to be based on a Mario and SG4 dynamic of Mario versus SG4, but with the Waluigi arc, it was them versus Waluigi, although Waluigi was puppeting Mario in that one, and Tari was puppeting SG4. Then for 2019 went back to the old dynamic. 2020 was the entire cast versus SG3. 2021 was the entire cast versus SMG0. 2022 was the Nintendo characters versus the original characters. 2023 was an entirely different format. And then 2024 was the entire cast doing challenges against Mr. Puzzles and Leggy. So personally, I always like the older dynamic of War of the Fat Times better, but I still really like the new ones, and this one is no exception. Well deserved. So, and then immediately after, he posted "Thank you for everything" video, where he announced that each character is going to get their final send-off video that will end in a big movie. So as you can see here, we got send-off videos for SMG3, Bob and Boopkins together, Tari and Psycho together, Melanie, Bowser and Luigi, which I didn't expect Bowser to get a proper send-off video. Said Mondar is basically the send-off for every other character. Shroomy, Steve, the Anti-Cast, Wario, Waluigi, all of them. Saving Princess Peach is Peach's send-off, as well as the guards. One Last Splatfest is Meggy, but they also threw in X and FM, which, after said Mondar, I didn't think we were getting X and FM. I didn't. Oh, and Karen was in the said Mondar too.
And then for the final one, SMG4 and Mario himself. Just like the good old days. So, now, the first one was an SMG4 and SMG3 look back on their adventures. At this point, I was under the impression that we were probably going to get some main series episodes and some, like, bonus ones, like we did here. Obviously, I can't rank this one. It's just them talking about the adventures they had. So I'm not gonna bother with that. But yeah, I thought we might have possibly also got. I thought we might have had a possibility of getting a last SMG4 crew video, but we didn't. So the last one was Mario reacts to Nintendo memes while stranded on an island. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about SMG4 crew, to be honest. I watched those videos when I was interested, but I couldn't do the reactions because I wouldn't have had anything to say. But yeah, that means the first video that we can take a look at of the last run for every character is Boopkins vs. Bob, the final battle. In my reaction, I gave this one a 7 out of 10. Here's the thing. I've never been the hugest fan of either of these characters. I thought Boopkins was, like, the best in 2016, and then he just got mediocre over time with his anime obsession shit. And that's kind of all that really defines him. And that's a lot of what's in this video, too. Bob, I think, is a better character. I hated him at the start. I can't go back and rewatch Mario Jones' Circus or any early video he's in because it just, his voice annoys the shit out of me because it's so slow. But yeah, as before, I asked them what they want to do, so they do this, like, dating show thing, then an anime parody thing, then a rap battle, then a samurai sword fight, then a cribs thing, and then they end off with an anime battle, which is exactly how the anime arc began. And at the end, Boopkins wins because Bob just fucking concedes. And they just walk off into the sunset. Portions of this video I like, others I don't care for. So as a result, as a send-off to two characters I'm not the hugest fan of anyway, I think it works. But as a video I would go back to, it's not very high on the bar, not very high on the list, if I'm being quite honest. Granted, I was not expecting it to be anyway. So, it offers exactly what you would expect, and that's kind of it. I'm sure people who love those characters more than I do would probably like this a lot more, but as for me, it's a good send-off, but it's not really doing a whole lot for me, personally. So we move into the last playthrough, Tari and Psycho's send-off. In my reaction, I should mention from this point, I made it a goal from War of the Fat Italians onwards to, like, increase the production value on my reactions. Not that I was ever lazy with them, but, like, put the effort I put into the main channel into reaction channel, for its final few months, because after all, it's going out, and I'm not bringing back reactions to the other channel or any other channels. This is the end of the road for me for Just Watch's videos, outside of direct reactions and my own shit. So I gave an 8 out of 10. For Tari and Psycho's final adventure, Tari wants to take everyone through a bunch of games, so they go through a game called Peak. SMG4 doesn't want to do anything, so they have to carry him through, and he pisses them off. Pisses off this bird that, like, fucks their shit up. Then they go to this game called Repo. I have not heard of half of these games, to be honest with you. I thought this was gonna go into a Mario Head scene, but it didn't. Then you got the Guitar Hero, and he's like, well, wait, we can't actually play this because it's copyright stuff. That said, it's copyright stuff. Yet they... We'll get to it when we get to it. So he makes them do a smoke alarm. There's a reference I could make here that no one is going to get. But so he has them do like 10 hours of forklift, and they're just like bored out of their fucking mind. And then Psycho wants to play a different a game of violence, so they choose Helldivers. And then in the end, they end with Silk's song. Yeah, I like this one. Oh, and then at the very end, they go back to the game Psycho came out of and do a little visual novel DDLC parody scene. And at the end, everyone's just like reminiscing on the past and how much they've grown. And then just Mario just like pops up out of nowhere, and that like actually made me laugh for some fucking reason in the reaction. Oh my god. Can't have things too emotional. But yeah. This is a much better send-off video, I think. But then again, I always liked Tari as a character, and Psycho grew on me over time. So it's another 8 out of 10. I don't know if it goes in the A tier. But I'm more than comfortable putting it either right above or below the Cleans the House video. I think that's fair placement. Now we move into Melanie's send-off, the Melon and the Axolotl. So Melanie basically recaps her book. And we get a visual representation of what that looks like. It's a child-friendly retelling, because Melanie wants to be a children's book author. So she retells her story from her point of view. And I believe it ends with the book becoming a success. Since this is just a recap video, I don't really have too much to say. But it's a nice way to go out for Melanie. Because it's a recap, it doesn't really do as much for me personally, but it's a nice way to send off Melanie's character. Because that's what all she's really been doing the entire year, was just creating a book. So I think it works. I definitely like it more than the Bob and Bookins one. But I don't really have too much else to say other than that. Then we got the surprise one with Cooking with Bowser, the Last Roast featuring Luigi. I didn't expect we were getting this one. I knew we were getting a Luigi video, but here, instead of cooking with Mario and Bowser, we got Bowser and Luigi. So Luigi wants his final adventure to be cooking, and he brings up the fact that he was never involved in the Cooking with Mario and Bowser. So SMG4 has him challenge Bowser to a cook-off, which is what's going on here. And these fucking ads, bro. Ugh. So they do multiple events, multiple challenges. Here, Luigi, we get a callback. Oh, Titan TV, man, welcome to stream. Ranking 2025 SG4 right now. We're closing in on the end of it, actually. Then we'll move on to the rest of the years and talk about them briefly. Since this is the final time I'm doing this. But yeah. Luigi taps back into his, oh, what's it called? How did I forget what it is? It's where they tap into their mind. Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. There's an entire minor thing story with Luigi back in 2021 that was about that. So, I just cannot remember what the fuck it's called. But yeah, he taps into that. Want to end the channel, or else it would implement content. You want to give it the end it deserves. I now know what. Yeah. I mean, when you really think about it, he's been doing it for 14 years. He's been doing it since he was like 12 or 13. It's been running for an insanely long time. I think some people forget that. Well, yeah, for some people who got in the series later, it may not feel as long, but to him, it's been 14 years. Hell, to me, it's been fucking 11 years since I started watching. So, it's... when you really think about it. And he's doing a lot with Glitch Productions right now. That's really taken off, so it makes sense. And also, they were doing so many story stuff towards the end. I imagine there was probably some burnout as a result. I believe there's a possibility SG4 could come back. It just won't be in the heavily story-based format. It'll be something more basic. It's got to be perfect art. Yeah, you see? I've been watching SG4 since 2014. My first episode was The Adventures of Mario and Luigi episode 1. And I just fell in love with that combination of I just love that whole concept of Mario 64 Machinima. And how he blended it with Gmod in the early days. And I absolutely loved his way of doing it, because most 64 Machinima series were very basic, or they were more serious. SG4 was like a balance. It was still story based, but it was like very humor based. Then there was a period where it dived too much into humor, where I didn't like it as much, but it course corrected and went back to the balance, and I've enjoyed it ever since. But yeah, they go through all these different challenges and stuff. Bowser doing crazy bullshit, and Luigi, well, you know, also doing crazy bullshit. And then at the end, they have to make spaghetti, and Bowser thinks he's gotta make it for Mario, so he goes through all these crazy lengths to make it. Which, Mario, what the fuck kind of spaghetti are you eating, bro? And and how can you even stomach that? And then Luigi just makes a normal plate spaghetti. This joke just made me fucking die inside. But this was a fun one. And at the very end, he has to feed it to his idol, Gordon Ramsay, who's inspired him to become a better chef. And at the end, there's this weird scene where he's like moving around and then fucking hates Bowser's spaghetti and blasts him the fuck out of here. Tries Luigi's, and Luigi finally gets a happy ending. Out of all of the years of being the butt of a joke, Luigi finally gets the happy ending. He becomes the owner of a 3-star restaurant. So, given that Luigi is number 1, I gotta put this up higher. Here's the thing. It probably would have ended as a 7 out of 10 if it wasn't the final, and if even if Luigi didn't get a happy ending. But because Luigi gets a happy ending, I think it's fair to say this is an A tier. Above the Donkey Kong Bonanza video. I'm probably right about there. Maybe above the Switch 2 video as well. Was Miss Rum coming back pissed me off a little, but where did you think they gone to, or did they die to you? I take it as their ending is like, I don't know if I'd say if they necessarily died, but they definitely no longer exist in the same universe, at the very least. So who knows what happened to them after the fact. I don't know if it's been confirmed one way or the other what happened, but, you know. But yeah. So Luigi and Bowser, which I was not expecting, get a good send-off. And then we jump from that to Sad Modnar grand finale. Now, here's the thing. Sad Modnar is a series that it is what it is. The title is randomness backwards. That's all it is a bunch of random clips with no context, nothing. So I find them very hard to rank as a result. There's only a handful that I really love. Everything else just kind of falls like in the B or B minus tier. That being said, because this is the finale, it has the theme of using characters that we don't get a lot of, including fucking crazy toilet dude in the intro here, bro. Not what I expected. I don't think he shows up in the actual episode, but yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this one. We get Stu and Pid in here as well. I love how Stu and Pid just like became minor characters, which is great. Because I was a lover of Stu and Pid from the start. And this is when I thought X and FM, this was going to be X and FM's final appearance, because they have scenes here. But as it turns out, they did get one more appearance after this, but yeah. It's like the 5 million sub special one, where that one's based off of old videos, like memeing old videos. This one is characters we haven't seen in a while. Yeah. They were. I did notice that they were. But I thought this was going to be their last, and then it turned out it wasn't. I can't remember if they appeared in the Peach one or not. I don't think so, but they have a role in the Splatfest one. But yeah. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It's Sad Mondar. It's... What do you want me to say about it? Pepino appearing again in Wattfeed 2025, and the final movie in the cake scene, so he finally got some love by just appearing in Only Mario Builds a Pizza Place. Yeah. They had a lot of characters on that cake that really I only ever thought got one appearance. Step Starman 3, 0 out of 10. No, I'm just playing. I'm just fucking around. I did unironically see some people say something to that effect, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Is my favorite? That's a fair choice. I really like that one too. It's in the B tier, but B ranges from like 8.0. No, 8.5 down to 8.4, excuse me, 8.4 down to 7.5. So that's why it's in the good tier. I'll probably move some up, but yeah. Said Mondar, it is what it is. I mean, it doesn't do a. Said Mondar is just a series that my favorite said Mondar is the one where the Mario head goes, "Oh my god," bleh! And then said Mondar 0 is one of my favorites too, and I think said Mondar 7 was the 2016 one. Yeah, I like the Q&A one too. The voiceover Q&A one. Yeah, SMG4 channel will stay as is. The series will always be there. For millions more to continue discovering it long after it's over. Again, while this is not the outcome I wanted, I ultimately understand and respect it. I mean, me personally, I don't feel like my journey is anywhere close to over, but I've also haven't been doing it at a super consistent rate for 14 years. My consistent rate, even though it's been on and off in the last couple, has only lasted like what, 9 years? Oh, that's a crazy toilet, dude. He comes from an episode called. Oh, there's so many crazy videos. There's so many crazy videos. Too broad of a title. Yeah, he comes from this masterpiece called The Crazy Fighters. This one where a crazy toilet guy breaks into the house. FM has to teach the other characters how to fight. So they all just like try to work together to get him out of the castle. This is one of my favorite SMG4 videos ever just because it's so ridiculous. I fucking love that. But yeah. And he's also in the said Mondar. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Do you mean 2024 or 2025? If you're talking 2024, I don't know what you're talking about. What Shadow character in 2024? But in 2025, that is him. He's the, and he also appears in the 5 million sub special too. But yeah, I don't have too much else to say about said Mondar. It's a series that does what it does, and you can't really fault it. 2024. Okay, I don't know who you're talking about then. He is in 2025. I don't know who's in 2024. All right, Saving Princess Peach. Weird ass opening where guerrillas are having an uprising against the military, and then SMG4 recruits Slagging Chris to go rescue the castle. So they nuke Peach basically, and then she traps him in the castle, and this one's just very disturbing. SMG4 escapes to go get help, and Swag and Chris try to like befriend her and make her not insane. And then as she's like trying to help them get out, SMG4 fucking ruins everything. And then Mario comes out of nowhere because SMG4 promised to make him spaghetti, so he just comes out of nowhere. This ending's kind of random though, where Mario just insults her, and then that causes everything to go back to normal, except with the castle crooked. I'm not the biggest fan of that. We got a nice final scene with Slag and Chris, where Chris admits that he, like, for as much as he finds Slag to be annoying as fuck, working with him has been the best time of his life. And then they befriend Peach, and that's where it ends. Yeah, I knew they couldn't end it without ending off Peach's storyline. Because obviously it's got to be perfect. She got trapped down in the castle after it sunk to the bottom. And she turned into a monster after that. So it makes sense to give her a send-off. Peach is a character I always thought sucked, but except for that brief period in like 2015 and through 2018 where she was okay, but otherwise I never really liked her as a character. Especially 2019, she was especially annoying. I gave that one an 8 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, I think it's better than the Cooking with Bowser Mario video. I think that's definitively up here. I'll probably put it above the little fellas too. And maybe the split as well. Shadow Mario is in the background of one scene. Well, I could look up Crazy Toilet Dude real fast to see if he's in it. Oh god, this character's fucking peak. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Shadow Mario, huh? Well, I could go to War of the Fat Italians. Let's check that out. Let's see what the hell character we got. That's the lyrics for the okay. Huh. Greg. I noticed Greg and Sergeant Mark got more appearances. They were cameo appearances, but he got more of them later on. I'm not seeing anything about any kind of particular recolor here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, so I don't know. What time stamp in War of the Fat Italians is it? A shadowy figure appears. Okay. I'm not sure I know where to look. I assume you're not talking about that scene, because that's clearly Mr. Puzzles on the... I don't know. Oh god, I don't know. I don't know where I'd even find this. I don't know what challenge it would be. I don't know what timestamp it is. That's meant to be Mr. Puzzles as a kid. I know that. Search an image of it. What do you mean? The wiki would tell me everyone who appeared, so yeah, I don't really have time to spend on that. Where did I place this one? Yeah, right there. Shadowy figure were the Italians. I don't know if searching that on Google is gonna do any. That's very specific search result. But yeah, okay, so we get Peach and the guards send off there. Very good send off. I'd say it's the best one out of the ones we've done, we've looked at so far. That being said, I was not prepared for one last Splatfest. Obviously, Meggy's send off was going to be Splatfest. It wasn't going to be any other way. And she was going to be the second to last. It wasn't going to be any other way. So she wants to do Splatfest. Obviously, SMG4 needs teammates. So Mario is there, and he brings the goats. Good old X and FM, who have voice acting here. That being said, you can tell that they do not have very much experience at all. X has a little bit more, but FM's voice in this video is FM sounds like a performance I would have given in 2017, to put it lightly. Laughing at himself on Twitter, he was. I didn't see that. But yeah, this is a borderline S tier, dude. It's my favorite. Honestly, I'll even put it above the Team Fortress video because he sucks at line reading. Wow. I mean, fair enough, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, X did fine. FM stood out though. But that being said, the fact that X and FM got like a proper send off at all, considering how long ago their like importance to the series was. Because unless I'm mistaken, please tell me it's Red X. Please tell me it's Red X, not the evil one. Yeah, here we are. Okay. X and FM's importance started in 2011 and basically kind of ended, if you look at this, it basically kind of ended in 2012. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, it's like when you compare the amount of appearances they used to have compared to this, it's I'm assuming the reason why they still continue to appear is because they stayed close with Luke and became a part of the SMG4 team. Otherwise, I don't know if they would have lasted for as long as they did. Because when you... Because technically, FM debuted in the same episode as MCG. They both debuted at the same time. But I'm going to guess the reason why we see FM, kept seeing FM, whereas we never saw MCG outside of, like, really minor cameos and, like, as, like, background recolors, probably has to do to the fact that FM stuck around, but MCG did not. Which would make sense, but yeah, FM, you can really notice a downshift after 2012. Yeah, they're a part of the team, and as I understand it, they've always kind of been there. I don't... Now, obviously, X wasn't, like, employed for a number of years, but... FM's been there for as long as I've known. He was one of the moderators on the old SMG4 Discord, back when that was first created. So... But of course, and that was actually pointed out in this video, like, yeah, we don't really go on adventures like we used to. Now, as far as I know, I don't think either really had a preference for whether they appeared in videos or not. So... but regardless. But yeah, this was cool. Again, FM's voice... it is a little... says very flat. He's a penguin. Yeah, let me play that. Not that scene. Yeah, here we are.
He's a penguin.
He's a penguin. That is some voice acting I would have given back in 2017 if I'm not going to lie. That's... You called up your friend on Discord and asked him to record a line for you, tier dialogue. And he knows. Yeah. I'm not bad mouthing it, I just think it's funny. Just the stark contrast between Luke and, even X, like... Good to learn. Yeah. Also, we heard X's voice in We're the Fat Italians, which... It was a little bit of a tier above FM's, but not by much. That said, I think it would have been cooler if we got voice acting from them sooner, but I imagine that was a purposeful choice. FM was probably like, no, I ain't doing it. If I had to guess, probably. But yeah, that was the highlight of the video for me. But no, I've always loved the Splatoon videos. They're so much fun. So getting to see that for the last time, FM's quality is also completely different. Exactly, it sounds like you called up your friend on Discord and asked him to record lines for you. Quality. That's literally what it sounds like.
Helping to protect our parks for...
No, absolutely was gonna agree for the ending. Yeah, exactly. It's like... It is what it is, but yeah, I've always loved the Splatoon videos. So seeing them one last time, seeing Meggy reunite with her old Splat Squad team for last time. Typically with these, they have it be Meggy, Mario, Luigi, and Tari, but obviously they got their send-offs, besides Mario. They got their send-offs, so we brought back Splat Squad. We had a fun adventure. Meggy steals Mario's moves and, like, beats him at his own game. And yeah, 3 great friends. I don't like fucking post it in community posts. Okay. I don't like 2 great friends as a video, but that's a cool reference. And then we get one last rooftop scene. Perfect callback, yeah. We get one last rooftop scene where Meggy gives Mario her old beanie from when she was an Inkling. They win free tuna. And then the camera pans out and the video ends. As you guys know, I grew up watching the classic Super Mario 64 blooper episodes, so just seeing X and FM in one last prominent role, like prominent role, like they had a prominent role in the 10-year anniversary too. But I feel like this is even more prominent than that. Again, for obvious reasons, we know the story. Starman 3 begged Luke to put him in all of his videos, so it sidelined the other recolors as a result. And after Starman 3 got... after Starman 3 got axed from the series because he's a horrible person, to put it lightly, Luke didn't want to have the recolors anymore. So as a result, X and FM and MCG and all of them just like decrease drastically. And by the end, MCG just kind of just became like cameos once in a blue moon. Well, I'm not even on MCG's page. I mean, yeah, MCG has even less, like, used to be prominent, but not really anymore. Looks like they're updating the fucking images for them. Alright, I'll check out your community posts. See what image you're talking about before we move on to the final episode. Oh. I cannot tell who that is. Let me go back to the right screen. Even if I zoom in, I could not fucking tell who that is. Looks like the shadowy figure is a Galaxy 2. Anyone remember those? But yeah. But yeah, it's the best of both worlds. You got the Meggy send-off. Meggy, obviously, the most important character in the series. One of, just like, definitely the most important post-classic era character, I'd say. And by classic, I mean like 2011, 2012, 2013. Because all the most important characters got introduced during that period. But Meggy's the most important, like, post of that character of that period. And I've always loved the adventures and the storytelling they do with her. So seeing more of that is amazing. And throwing in X and FM characters I grew up watching back in the day is just so fucking sick. It's really the best of both worlds, and it's amazing. It just really is. I absolutely adore this one. You couldn't have had a better send-off if you tried. I was gonna love it regardless because I love the Splatfest videos, but throwing X and FM in there is just like, can never go wrong with those two. How could I forget them? Yeah, true. But my theory on it, I don't know. I don't actually know. That being said, we now move on to the finale. The end. The final movie, the final SMG4 video as a whole. I should mention, I gave the one last Splatfest a 9 out of 10. But the end, we all know what I gave this one. This made me tear up a bit, dude. I'm not even going to lie to you right now. Mario's send-off. So it starts off, Mario is begging SG4 not to end. We finally get that barred up door revealed, whereas it turns out it's the Rock Wizard who's been watching the entire time. And he gives Mario a wish, and Mario wishes that SB4 would never retire, so he gets sent to an alternative timeline where Mario was never there. So he gets to see what the world looks like. We get SMG4's original design back, the Mario recolor. We get Inkling Meggy. We get you have Karen here, Waluigi's taco stand, Bob, which acting like her idol. Yeah. Yeah, I did notice that with Meggy. And then we get Tari, who Tari is essentially just a robot. She has like no personality at all. Shroomy here. SMG3 has no purpose, so he just whines about not having purpose. They meet up with Boopkins. We get one last SG4 crew section just in the episode. Then they meet up with the guards, and they go to the mountain to try to find the Rock Wizard, and they find the Rock Wizard. And I'm not gonna lie. This one got me. Obviously, Mario comes to terms with the fact that SMG4 has to end. Not any friends? Yeah. SMG4 shouldn't sing. True. But yeah, so Mario goes to reminisce on the old times and realizes that he could stay in the world where things go on forever, but no one remembers anything, or go back to previous timeline. And when you really think about it, the series is ending, but the characters will still be living their lives like normal. There just won't be any crazy ass adventures anymore, probably. Or if they are, they'll be off camera. And then Rock Wizard gives Mario a camera. And SG4 this entire video just wants to film a video. So Mario finally says we can film a video. And then this hit me. We get a montage. Yeah, I'll get to the cake part. But we get a montage of... Also, I looked on Twitter. X edited all of this. I'm not playing the song because I'm gonna get a copyright claim. But... Oh, God. Yeah, he used all of the old software. Like, VideoPad, I think, was the video editing software. He replicated everything from scratch. And it's so, like, accurate to the old videos, too. It's just Mario walking around, Mario and SG4 walking around a bunch of Mario 64 maps, and then with a bunch of cheats enabled and weird codes and texture changes. It's just, this is so fucking accurate to what I fucking grew up watching, bro. And then it transitions into what I would guess is like the closer to the 2013 and 2014-15 era here. And 2016 too. Because we got all the callbacks. Who Let the Chomp Out. The flying bathtub. Swagging Chris, Steve, the Czar, the Pingas Pokemon. SMG4 using the blowtorch for one last fucking time. That used to be in all the 2012 videos, dude. Just a scene of SMG4 Mario using a blowtorch like that. Oh, God, it fucking hits. It was so... Exactly. Also, fantastic but very bold choice to actually, after not many years of not doing so... I mean, it's a final video, so it makes sense, but actually say, fuck it, and use a copyrighted song. We got the return of Scatman's World after... What has it been? The last time they used that was... He used that was like 2012 or 2011. It's either 2012 or 2011. And this is the exact line that used to be said in those videos. As soon as that came up on screen, I was just like, ugh. It fucking hit me, dude. Not only did you know, you're used to Ash before throwing back and making references to like Frey Spaghetti and Who Let the Chomp Out, but no. Here they like fully embrace those like old ass roots, and it fucking hit me like a truck, dude. It puts in perspective that this is like the end of an era and childhood, because like, what was I? I was like 11. Yes, I'm streaming tomorrow on the main account. I already explained that earlier. I was like 11 when I started watching SG4, bro. That was so fucking long ago. So yeah, I absolutely adored that montage. It just brought me back to the fucking classic days. Yeah, the montage is coming out tomorrow. And at the end, Mario accepts that the series has got to end, and then we get the perfect way to end it. A panning shot of all the characters. Well, a large portion of the characters. Because obviously we don't have the OG recolors besides X and FM. And there's probably some other characters missing too, but there's a fuck ton of them that it doesn't really matter. It's all the ones that, like, yeah, we're getting to it. And then it ends where it began, where in the Cake is a Lie, Mario jumped through the pipe, and in the final episode, Mario jumps back through the pipe. It's the perfect way to end. Really, you couldn't ask for a better ending. And SG4 turns off his PC. And then at the end, we get this scene, dude. The big cake with most of the characters on it. Some missing, but obviously there's a fuck ton to put on here, so it makes sense that there would be. Oh, man. Yeah, Pepino is where exactly? Yeah, right there. Yeah, we got the sergeant from the Area 64 video. Long SMG4. Stu and Pit even made the fucking cake. Terrence, Greg, Dusty, of course. At the finale went out, I got recommended The Cake is a Lie. Yeah. I didn't see Daisy at first. Daisy's there too. Sonic and Kirby. Toast Shy Guy. This is 14 years worth right here. The Czar's there. This is 14 years worth of content. And for me, it'd be 11 years. Because, like, although I did watch a lot of these old videos back in the day, I started watching when I forgot what the newest video was. I think the newest video at the time I first started watching was I want to say it was SMG4 versus the Ice Bucket Challenge. Or Sedmon or 8. It was one or the other. Fucking 11 years ago, dude. Who's your favorite between Sky Perfect, Spaghetti, Meme Factory, Prison Break arc, and Wattfee 2025 arc? Okay. Out of the Puzzle Vision saga, my favorites is Western Spaghetti, hands down. Followed by, I want to say either... Probably it's got to be... Yeah, I'd say it's either... You know, I'm going to go with It's Gotta Be Perfect. Wattfee 2024 after that, I think. And then 2025. I'd say my Prison Break arc is probably my least favorites out of the Puzzle Vision saga. Well, no, it's not. It's that middle portion with focusing on puzzles and leggy. That's my least favorite part. Guns and Puzzles. That's probably second to bottom, but the bottom is the Puzzles and leggy. I didn't know these had names, but so yeah, the end. Now, as for where it falls and Pingas approved, I think I'm gonna have to put it at the top. And what's really getting it up there is just the fact that it is just a love letter to the entire series from beginning to end. The entire series. Not just the 2017 era, not just the 2014 era, the entire series. Even stuff that, like, most people have probably never even seen before. Yeah, Mr. Puzzles grew on me too. But yeah. The bold choice to use fucking Scatman in this video, dude. No claim, so I'm assuming he paid the license for it. Which, yeah, I mean... They are behind Glitch, so I imagine they can do that. Meanwhile, reaction channels get fucked. If I can show you what's going on over here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't care though. You're talking to a motherfucker who you see is just straight up Linkin Park part of me as his outro. So you already know I don't give a shit, but yeah, man. Ali Malud, what? I don't know who that is. This it's the kind of ending where it's not the one you would think of as, like, if you had to think of a finale to make. This is not what would come to your head. But once you see it, it just feels right. That's how I felt watching this. I was like, this, at first I was like, this is a finale, but as it progressed, I was just like, No. He makes SMG4 I'm not familiar with SMG4 reactors. All of them, anyway. I know some of the bigger ones, but I know they had the mute, but I don't care. It was worth it, okay? Unanswered, who's shadow figure? Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah. I mean, I grew up watching that Scatman's Revenge episode. Which the whole premise of that was SG4 used the songs too much. So, yeah, this one. Nearly 1 million views it has. Yeah, oh my god. And also, when you really think about it, it's not just a send off to SG4, but this scene also reflects like Mario 64 Machinima as a whole, because this is kind of what those videos were back in the day. Yeah, it's like it's not what you would think of as a finale, but it's the perfect finale. When you think of a finale, you think of some world-ending adventure that ends with all of the characters like saying their final goodbyes, but not here. It's just Mario, you gotta accept that it's gonna be over. Let me take you down a trip through memory lane that will make the audience tear the fuck up. And we can end it there. And that's 2025. Let me see if I want to make any final adjustments. How many did we get in the A tier by the end? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Which is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. One more than 2024, actually. I'm gonna move the cleans the house video up to the A tier, and the last playthrough, I think. Now let me figure out how I'm gonna place this. I think this is good. I'll move the race video above the McDonald's one, and I'll move It's a Me above it too. I think that works, yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else, any other adjustments I need to make. No, I think that's it. So, overall, 2025. For the final year of SMG4, I gotta say, god dang, did we go out with a bang. Holy hell. Admittedly, 2024, I thought was weaker than 2023 and 2022, but 2025, this was not a weak year at all. Literally, I mean, we started out, we got a lot of good videos. We got the final Remastered 64, which I'm glad we didn't keep getting more of those, because Remastered 64 was getting stale. And we got straight into the Silence of the Cats story, which was fucking amazing. We got a lot of great videos in between then. Then we got into the prison section where Mr. Puzzles and Mr. Weapons. I thought this was the weakest part of the story because it's in between the early stuff and the later stuff, but yeah. But no, man. In this last stretch here, god dang. Hell of a way to go out. Now as for where it'd rank overall, we're going to find that out soon, because we're going to rank all of the years, or seasons in this case. Okay. And I actually went out of my way to create rankings of all of the previous years I've never done a video for, stream for, so outside of the ranking all video stream, which is all done in one go, so it was admittedly difficult, but yeah. This was such a good year. It only makes me wish that we could have kept going if this is what the standards we're at now, but I understand. This is I really have no other words other than it's just a fantastic send-off. And you know what? It proves that regardless of how much SG4 changed over the years, because obviously it changed a lot, given it started out as like a basic Mario 64 Machinima series in 2011. It never abandoned those roots. Ever. I mean, that final video there, like, we got all the callbacks to the OG days. Most of a lot of the video, especially like early on, had a lot of Mario 64 in it. We got the old designs for Meggy and Tari and SG4 and SG3, all the characters that have been redesigned. Bob and Boopkins. It's like, it was faithful until the very fucking end. And you know what? Considering the direction the other channel went in, to where it like got to a point where it could never do this. Even when it comes time for that to end. It can never do this. It has to like completely disregard its past. But here, perfect. And while it still could have kept going, I understand ending it when you think it's the right time. And you know what? That's fine. So 2025, we'll see where you stack up in the overall ranking. Which we will do here. So, we will end the stream off by ranking every year, every era of SMG4. Oh, fuck. Didn't mean to do that.
I want to finish this pizza. I've waited so long. Now, the thing here is I actually wanted to look into the proper stats, but I wasn't able to do that. That's sad. Maybe I can still possibly do that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. I wanna fuck, dude. I just want to take a look at the odds of each year I've ranked. Between all of the templates I've done. Okay. It's been a wild ride, bro. C tier. And I'll make those the same colors because actually. Now I'll make trace darker color. Okay. Okay, so I got a pie chart here that I'm going to use. That's going to tally up the score I'm going to give between what I give each year on the tier list. So we can figure out where each one's going to place. And I will talk each about them and my thoughts on them. But first I want to finish eating. How low did the stream do so far? Excuse me. Fucking course ain't gonna show me what the playbacks are. I know how to check that. Picked up a sub today. Let's go. 68. Not bad. Probably the best and performing one I've had since like that original. Again, fitting way to go out, I must say.
just want to double check. Okay, I was right. Almost done with the second last slice. Bear with me here. We'll tally this up. I didn't go back and watch most of these videos, by the way. Well, the later ones I don't need to, because I do rewatch those often anyway. But for old ass 2011 videos, I go based off of what I said in my original stream. Unless there's any I feel like I needed to move up, which was not many. "2011 feels like it, it feels like a wild card. It feels like I don't know where it's gonna end up. It's the one where it's good, but really how? It's like, it's got good moments, but it's got bad moments, so it's like, is it gonna be a C, a B minus, a D? Who knows? Guess I should explain this. Wanna know why I didn't stream yesterday? I slept without my heater on, even though it was not cold when I went to bed. But it got colder while I was asleep, so I woke up and I was too stuffed up. So I decided, you know what, no. Oh man. Almost done. Now put this away. And we'll hop right back into it. God, I really gotta jump and miss to the end of the year stream. Has been doing so much lately, dude. Holy shit.
I'm fine with it though. I feel it. I'm ready to go. Not sure if I'm ready to hop right back into the usual Saturday Sunday schedule immediately after, but fired up for next year. That's for damn sure. Hold on. All right, you're back. Okay, everyone. Let's go ahead and wrap up this bad boy by running through all the years and ranking those. And after that, we will say our final goodbyes. Okay. Now, for this, I pulled up a pie chart that I will use to tally based off of the scores I've previously given. And I will give my thoughts on each year. So, yeah. So, we're going to start off with 2011 here. In total, 2011 had 1 Pingas approved. Oh, God. Way too many tabs open. Rid of all of that. Okay. And that. Alright. And we can close out of the wiki too. We don't need it anymore. Okay. So, and we have 5. Is that 5? Yeah. 5 in the greats here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 14, 20 in the good. Seven, 14, 21. 21 in the decent. 15 in the mediocre. And 5 in the bad. All right, so 2011's pie chart is what? 1/4 good. It's kind of all over the place if you notice. Well, actually, has it updated? I don't think it's updated. Maybe I have to add a 0. There we go. Okay. 2011. Okay, that's more accurate. I was about to say that it's not that bad. Okay. Yeah, 2011 is kind of a mixed bag. Here's the problem with 2011. I think the later half of the year starts to get very good. But those first 20-something episodes is literally just Mario walking around the castle for 10 minutes, annoying Lakitu, and although there's some cool stuff done, like custom Mario, obviously this was when the series started, so there wasn't much that could be done machinima-wise.
I mean, what? He clearly didn't know how to stop the camera originally. He didn't know about those cheats. He knew how to like enable cheats to like make the game look weird and change the textures and stuff and even play on like ROM hacks, but besides that, there's really not much there in those first few. That said, once SMG4, once Enter X comes out, and specifically when SMG4 gets added as a main character, it starts to drastically improve. That's where a lot of these higher tier videos come from. We also get introduction to characters like X, SMG3, SMG3, FM, MCG, Gage Dog, Austin Dog, Epic Yoshi Fan, Mario 54321 debuting in the blooper competition. That said, the editing is all over the place. When the editing is done in Vegas, it honestly looks like it'd be from 2012, but when it's done video pad or whatever the fuck, it's just it's just a mess. The audio balancing can be off too, and some of these videos can go on for way too long. Some of them have some very cop-out endings. A lot of the mediocre isn't a mediocre because it's just kind of boring and doesn't really do much. Like, Super Hello Kitty Roller Coaster 2 is just really, really lame and really boring. The Land That Never Was is Mario just walking around a custom map for 10 minutes. Luigi's Payback is Luigi wanting to pay Mario back for no fucking reason at all. Flashback is just a bunch of game footage. And How Mario Was Born is just so fucking terrible story. But yeah. So it's a mixed bag. That said, it's not a bad year by any stretch. Now, is it a good year? With only a percentage of this being good, I don't think I can actually put it there. That said, it's still a mix of good to decent is what takes up the most of the chunk, and then mediocre takes up a lot too, so. But because there's really not that much bad, I think it could edge up to being B-. Again, if we got rid of those first 20-something episodes, then I think it could squarely go in the good tier, even for some of the flaws videos in between then have. But no, watching Mario walk around the castle for 10 minutes, going to the same locations and same characters is boring. The blend of Mario Party, Mario Kart, and Paper Mario footage is just doesn't really work. Not much characters here besides Toad's cool. Again, it gets better later on, but granted, it's the first year. So the fact that the first year even makes decent is a good sign. If we start on a decent enough note, then that's a good sign for things to come. But yeah. 2011 hasn't aged the best. And to be honest, when I was growing up, I skipped a lot of videos from 2011 because I'm gonna turn my fan off now. I skipped a lot of videos from 2011 because they didn't have thumbnails, and I only watched a video if it had a thumbnail or a screen that, or some kind of fucking preview that looked interesting to me. So a lot of the ones I saw for the first time when I did the ranking every video's stream back in 2022. And yeah, I mean, it's a product of its time. It's got a lot of great moments, but it's also got a lot of bad moments. It's got a lot of in between. So I think it falls squarely in the B- tier. Probably going to end up being one of the lowest years, if I'm being quite honest. But we move on from that to 2012. Now, 2012 was my fucking year, man. Oh, God, I really liked 2012. So, 2012 ended with 4 Pingas approves, 5 greats, 15 goods. I don't think it has nearly as much as 2011 does. 14, 17 and decent. Mediocre, Desert Head. Oh yeah. And I guess if we're actually no, I guess I can't really have to put no bad, no awful, no trash. That's the thing to note about 2012. So as a result, we end with a score that isn't bad at all. 9.3 for peak, 11.6 for great, 34.9 for good, 41.9 for decent. So as a result, 2012 is a year that gets A tier. I don't think it goes up higher than that because of the fact that there's way too many decent entries. But besides that, 2012 is the year. 2012 and 2013 were the years I watched the most back in the day when I started watching 2014. Most of these are fucking classics to me, like President Toe Washington, My Best Friend Slenderman, World of Craft Mine, Adventures of Mario and Luigi, Nether, War of the Fat Italians, Murder Without Peach, SMG3's Plan to Destroy SMG4 because it felt like it sucked, bro, Pink Problem, fucking Rich Glitch, name the video, and I more than likely watched it and absolutely loved it. The only real low that 2012 has to me is Desert Head. And Desert Head is... it's just boring. It's not awful. It's just boring. You get me. I should probably save these now that I'm thinking about it. Can I go back to the 2011 one? No, it won't let me. Okay. Well, no other years touching 2011, so I don't need to worry about that, but I'm just going to say 2012. But yeah. 2012 is the year where we get more of the recolors for a brief period until Starman 3 gets introduced, and then he becomes a main character. But honestly, I said it before, but I absolutely loved him. He would, if it wasn't for the allegations, he would still be a top 5 character for me. He was an iconic part of those old videos. It's just a shame that can't really talk about it since we know what happened with him. But yeah, 2012 definitely has moments that haven't aged well too. And I do think some of the episodes go on for way too long. But particularly once he switches to Sony Vegas, I think the quality goes up significantly. Because before then, he was like alternating between using that and VideoPad, but here he like at some point, I believe it's the Warrior and the Hobo was the episode where he fully transitioned over to Vegas. And you know what? I think it works. I think it makes these videos very enjoyable. I wish there would have been more of those recolor videos before Starman kind of took over. But granted, I think the ones with Starman are better, so you trade one for the other, I guess. Yeah, man, I just feel nothing but nostalgia with this era. I can't say it's the best year for SMG4, but I'd say it's got some of my favorite videos. So as a result, it goes into the great tier. I also think it's aged better than 2011. And it eventually transitions into something you're much more familiar with. Although, like, the kind of, the prelude to that, because the version you're familiar with doesn't come until, like, the middle of 2013. But there are elements of it here, while still keeping that traditional blooper style. And I'm a sucker for the traditional blooper style, which is what this does best. So, nothing but praise for 2012. Now, 2013, this one was my year, man. Even more than 2012. I fucking loved it. In total, we have 6, 7. We have 10 Pingas approves, 7 greats, not 2, 12 goods, 14 decents, 4 mediocres, 1 bad, and I'm not counting Bowser Ball as like an actual video. I'm just not going to count that. That means 2013 gives us a ratio of this. 20.8% peak, 14.6% great, 25% good, 29% decent, and 8.3% mediocre. Another A tier, but it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have nearly as many. If it had more bad tier videos, I'd kind of have to put it below 2012. But since it doesn't, it's got to go to the top of A. I don't think it can go up to S because of the fact that there's a pretty big chunk of mediocre there, and a pretty big chunk of decent. An S tier year would have to have what? Very little decent and very little mediocre, and obviously very little bad. But 2013 is a year where the series becomes more of what you think it is. Send Modnar was introduced in 2012, I believe, but that influence starts fucking being shown more in 2013. We get more Adventures of Mario and Luigi. We get the start of the Wacky Warrior Bros series. We get some of the best blooper episodes ever, with the glitch, YouTube Mario, Birthday Freakout, Hotel Mario, SMG Club, the swap. Mind Swap, Mystery of the Missing White and Blue, Spaghetti Law, Fungus Among Us. We get a very underrated series in SM64 Fairy Tale. That said, it's a year that's a little all over the place. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of experimentation with like shorts and random videos, and we also had the Mushroom Wars series. Those aren't that good. Those really range in quality. We also introduced Retarded 64, which had good episodes, but it also has not so great episodes. This is when the cracks that start forming in 2014 start to show. But not enough to where it makes the year bad or even anywhere outside of the A tier. That it's at the top of the list for now for a reason. But a lot of this year's weaker elements really become noticeable after. But because this one is kind of like the height, like I'd say middle to late 2012 to middle 2013 is like the height of the classic era. And it's where we get all these most iconic videos from. But again, it's a little more all over the place. It's not as, the episodes aren't as long, but as a result, there's a lot of them that just like don't really do much of anything. So these early years are being carried by the fact that they have some highlights, really good highlights, but they got a lot of lower chunk that a lot of lower chunk that really takes away. But again, for being the first 3 years, that's to be expected. I'm really just saying that's the only reason why they're not going to S tier. But they more than earned the high tiers they did get. But yeah. Yeah, 2013, another fantastic year. Again, less consistent in 2012, but higher highs in 2012 is the way I'd describe that one. Obviously, because there's 10 Pingas approves. Oh god, okay. 2014. Alright. 2014, we have 3 in the Pingas approved. We have 6 in the great. We have 8 in the good. We have 6 in the decent. 9 in the mediocre. 9 in the bad. I'm not counting Bowser Ball, or I'll count the Snowman one, but I'm not counting Bowser Ball. 4 in the awful. And 4 in the trash. And this is going to show Eesh. Now this is what we call all over the fucking place. the bad to good ratio, there's more good in comparison to bad, but the mediocre takes up a huge slot, so the chart just looks like it's edging to bad. I mean, as a result, I can't good conscious give it anything higher than C tier. It's... Here's the problem with 2014. 2014 is the year I started watching, but I got banned when Mario for Hire came out, and so I didn't get to see anything about SMG4 again until I watched the Defossilizer video, which was about how 2014 sucks, and how early 2015 at that point wasn't that good. So, going back to this, and a similar thing happened with the other channel. Watching all these videos for the first time years later, although I did find a lot of gems, there's way too much that's just not good. I mean, there's no other way to say it. 2014 has good ideas, but it over-relies on stupid shit, sound clips, fucking scenes that go on for way too long. All the characters are out of character 24/7 for the most part. Every episode, for the most part, is just nonsensical. You don't know what the fuck is going on. This was the start of that, for the most part. There are some I think are overhated, like %99% be broken. I don't think it's really that bad. But and Mario Spaghetti Delivery and the Peach Toadsworth one and Legend of Steve. I think those are overhated too, but if we're being completely honest, this year is... It's the worst year, and I don't think I'm rating anything below it. I mean, just look at this. It technically has some of the most popular episodes, and it's when SMG4 like really exploded. But it's just not that great. It's got highlights, but it's just really, really not that good. Okay? It's... I don't even know why I need to save this, but I just realized I didn't save 2013. I'll redo that real fast. Okay. Yeah, I should remember this. Let me actually save 2013. 2014 in concept is not bad. In execution, that is a completely different story. And while there is backlash for the more recent stuff, I don't think I recall anything getting as... Like, even to this day, 2014 is still acknowledged as like a very controversial year. Even to this day. So, alright, but this is 2013. And again, for valid reason. Although I have a lot of nostalgia with it. It is the worst age year of SMG4 by hands down. It's not even close. But because it's got a lot of highlights, I can't throw it in D tier. It's got to be in the C tier. But I would certainly, again, it can't go higher than that though, because we see these odds. They're fucking not great. A large percentage of that pie is bad to mediocre. That being said, 2015, a year I mostly knew because that's when people started reacting to SMG4. That's how I got back into it. I was watching GameCube, dude. Same with the other channel too. So we got 5 and Pingas approved. 10 and great. 12 and good. Yeah, I don't need to touch that. 6 and decent. 6 and mediocre. 1 in bad and 1 in awful. Which gives us a score of better. Now, how does that compare to 2013? Obviously, I'm not going to show that on screen because I have to open up display capture, and I'm not doing that. I'm just doing it on my end. 12% peak, 24 great, 29.3 good, 14.6 decent, 14.6 mediocre, and then 1% for both bad and awful. Obviously, it doesn't that does not touch 2013, but how does it compare to 2012? 2015 is a very interesting year because that's the year where the defossilizer video did come out. And I think the latest episode at the time of that video would have been like Smexy Soccer or something. And it wasn't basically established that the series was hitting its stride again, quality-wise, until the release of The Hangover was deemed the official rising point. So, as a result, a lot of 2014 isms are carried into the first half of the year. But I don't think 2015, outside of the idea block, that episode sucks, but really leans into them as badly. Like, Son of a Bowser's a hated episode, but I personally don't have a problem with it. It's not great, but I still put it in the C tier. Because it's not particularly bad either. Again, it's got some classics, like War of Fat Talents 2015, Christmas Crazies, The Hangover, Swag Magic, one of my favorite Guards and Retards. The Item Brick, which is probably my favorite Sonic the Hedgehog. If Mario was in GTA, Too Spooky Story, Luigi Labyrinth, Shy Guy Showdown. I love the Princess Capturing Simulator. That's my favorite simulator video. The Golfing for Gold is underrated. Shoots the Observatory, Toad the Fat and the Ugly. My favorite Price Spagheria video is of the original trilogy is Return. I hated the original, and I liked the other two. Bad Stars Back is way better than the original Bad Stars. The Thwomp and Womp video is actually kind of decent in comparison to Two Ants, One Job. The Guards and Retards Train episode is really cool too. This is a tough one. It's got a lot of high points, but is it enough? Like, is it really enough to go in the A tier, or is it a B tier? It's a good year. But is it a great year? That's the question. For now, I'm going to slot it into the B tier. And then save the chart. I did not name it that time. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to create a folder. Okay. Now 2016 on the other hand, I don't even need to tell you where I'm putting this one. 2016 is hands down my fucking favorite one. God, this year's so fucking great. Yeah. 8 in peak, 13 in great, 7, 14, 16 in good, 2 in decent, 3 in mediocre. Yeah, I'm not counting the rap thing. So 2 in mediocre. And then I technically have to put 2 in trash. "2016 has the weirdest score because literally like 3/4 of the chart is good to great. That last quarter is where the decent, mediocre, and off fucking terrible all reside. It is weird. That being said, the overwhelming amount this chart has for 2016 slots it right at the top. Right in the S tier. Now, whether there will be another S tier or not remains to be seen. 2016 has SMG3's Gauntlet of Gloom, my second favorite SMG4 video of all time. It's got my favorite Retard 64 episode with a Theater Mario. War of the Fat Italians 2016 is my favorite War of the Fat Italians. If Mario was in Portal is my favorite if Mario was in video. Snow Traps is a classic. Showdown of the Idiots is one of my favorite Sonic the Hedgehog's. I much prefer the Mario's Monster Mash Mario in Real Life video. Super Mario Run 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 is an episode I fucking love and I don't know why. I've rewatched that one I don't know how many times. Where the Wild Teletubbies Are There's just a streak of so many great blooper episodes in this year. We get introduced to Bob and Boopkins this year, which I thought Boopkins was good for his first couple of appearances. We get the introduction of Seaside Stupidity. The SMG4 and Pals short-lived mini-series thing that actually utilized X and FM in a prominent role. It is a year where everything is just so good that the decent to mediocre really, really stands out. And I first started watching SG4 again when the latest video was Kirby Phones Home, which came from this year. So you know. I mean, really. You really can't go wrong with 2016, dude. It's the best year by far. For as much as I love all the other eras, it's just something about this one just locks in a way that none have been able to do. That being said, why the fuck does Toad Has a Secret and Mario Joins the Circus need to exist? Oh my god. Talk about a sticking out like a sore fucking thumb. Toad Has a Secret is one of the worst edited videos I think I've ever seen. Mario Joins the Circus is the reason why I did not like Bob for a very long time. That video is just poorly. That's all. That video is just as poorly made as Toad Has a Secret. Ugh. I get it. Luke needed to finish his exams, but I would have preferred if he didn't upload a fucking thing instead of putting out those two trash heaps. Those videos are so bad. Very odd that the best year of SMG4 has two glaringly awful videos in it. That is just insane to me. Oh, God. But no, I fucking love 2016, dude. It's the year I got back into SMG4 and was the year before, just before I started reacting. Always will hold a special place. And I go back to those videos very frequently. Yeah. 2017 I have a bit of a different relationship with, but in total, we're back to 5 in the peak tier. 15 in the great tier. 18 in the good. 10 in decent. 2 in the mediocre and 1 in the bad. Okay. Which gives us mostly positive. (2017) I want to see how it compares. Okay, so 2017, without a shadow of a doubt, beats out 2015. I know Nostalgia rates 2015 above 2017, but if I'm being honest, I think 2017 is a better year. Because it's the only episode I really don't like is Mario's boat trip, and that's because I just think the editing is weak. But it's got 9.8% peak, 29.4% great, 35.3% good, 19.6% decent, and then what? 2% mediocre, 1% bad. That's nothing. That's really not anything there. So the question isn't whether or not 2017 is a great year. The question is, how does it compare? Does it actually beat 2012 or 2013? It has more peak than 2012. It has more great than 2012. Less decent. And more good. More mediocre and one bad. So, it's a bit of a toss-up, but I think objectively speaking, 2017 has to win out. The debate here is really 2017 or 2013. Previously, I would have just said like 2013 was the best, but now I actually want to see if it really is. Oh yeah, 2013 still wins out. Oh yeah, it's not even close. That said, 2013 does have more mediocre, but it's got way too much peak, so yeah, it wins out. 2017 gets edged out by 2013, just a little bit, for similar reasons too. 2017's got some of my favorite episodes ever, but so does 2013, so yeah, it's really hard to compare those two because 2013 also doesn't really have a terrible episode either. 2017, I'm gonna be honest, I have not gone back and rewatched early 2017 videos outside of like a select few in a very long time. Particularly, I was never a fan of the Super Mario series, so any episode that centered around that, I wasn't the hugest fan of. That being said, there was a shift at some point in the year around the time before or after the Grand Mario Hotel, which is another one of my all-time favorites, where the ideas started getting better. Not as much generic Mario stuff. Meggy got introduced as a character this year, which she has become one of my all-time favorites. And she was fantastic in these early appearances. Like, some of her all-time bests, like the Xmas Discovery, ranks as my third favorite SMG4 video of all time. She was fantastic in Mario's Challenge. Wow Wow Mario. If Mario was in Splatoon. Mario University. New Year, New Mario. And even outside of her, a lot of the main episodes were just... We got the final Super Mario 64 bloopers episode before that series finally vanished, which Who Let the Chomp Out Again, which I like more. Mario's train trip is my favorite of the trip videos. Super Mario Kart is a classic. Where the Fat Italians 2017, obviously. It's the early half that really again, I haven't gone to watch it in a very long time. It's not, and it's because it just didn't interest me the first time around. So I rarely go back to it. It felt like leftovers from 2016. And it didn't really do anything for me. So, that being said, 2017 has just enough fantastic stuff to edge it above 2012 in the great tier. We'll see where it goes from there. Very good year, but one of these days I'll go back and watch those older episodes before I ever consider doing another ranking every episode stream again, you know? Now we move on to 2018. I'm really interested to see where this one places. So, we have 6 in the peak. 7, 14, 21, 22 in the great. $19 in the good, it looks like. $3 in the decent. 1 in the mediocre, and then that stupid Starlink, Star Fox bullshit. I'm really curious to see where this one lands. Do we got a 2016 contender here? And the moment of truth. Yep. 11.8% peak, 43.1% rate, 37.3% good, 5.9% decent, and 1% mediocre. Now, does it beat 2016? No. Because there's a higher percentage of peak that year in comparison. And the amount of, like, mediocre, decent, and trash is equal. It's only, like, 2 each. That being said, 2018 comfortably slides above 2012, above 2017, and just double check 2013 again. '13 still has more peak. That being said, not nearly as much great, and not nearly as much good. Way too much decent. So, therefore, 2018 slides above 2013, right into the S tier. Yeah, when I'm really thinking about it, 2018 might actually be the second best year. If I'm really, really giving thought. Using stats, yeah. Yeah, so far we got 2014 and mediocre, 2011 and decent, 2015 and good. It would have been great, but some of the early episodes are not great. 2012 and great, as well as 2017 and 2013, and then 2018 gets thrown in S tier. Now, 2018. Everything I loved about later half 2017 is, like, taken to the next level in 2018. From like the first video, the Mario's Dangerous Delivery. That's one of my favorite SG4 videos out there too. The Waluigi, it introduces the arcs. It introduces characters like Tari and Psycho, which I don't really care for Psycho at first. When she was just a psycho. I loved Tari though. But this was the year where I thought Bob finally started to become a better character. I didn't really like him in 2017. I thought he was cool here. Mario the Ultimate Gamer. The Waluigi arc is just such a fucking peak arc, dude. Mario vs. Steve is an underrated gem. The Mario Mafia, Mario Battle Royale, Mario Saw, the diss track. The only episodes that really I don't care about are Stupid Mario Paint, Kirby Star Allies, the Detective Pikachu, and the Starlink, whatever the fuck bullshit sponsored video. A video that only exists because it was a sponsor. Ugh. But at least it wasn't a video of them playing the damn fucking game like a certain other channel, and that's it. That's the episode. "2018, like 2017, was a year that didn't do a whole lot for me at first, but 2018 was when I really locked back into SMG4. Because I remember I decided to check out Mario Saw, even though I missed most of the Waluigi arc episodes after the Mario Cafe video. And my thought process after watching that is like, wow, SMG4 is actually getting like really, really good. And I've been on the road ever since. I've gotten off briefly a few times, but for the most part, the Waluigi arc is what hooked me to stick around. Because it showcased SG4 was going into a direction that better suited what I was interested in and wanted to do with my own stuff. So yeah, I kind of have to give 2018 another S tier. I don't know if I really hear people talk about this year like that either. That's the thing. Obviously, I don't really hear anyone talk bad about it anymore. They did back in the day. Oh, and the Rapper Bob arc is really sick too. That one's underrated. I didn't have many thoughts on that when I first watched it either, but my opinions on that grew over time as well. So there you go. Ugh. 2019 is a very interesting year. I'm really curious to see where this one ends up. So we got one Pingas approved. 7, 14, 21 in the great tier. 7, 14, 21, 22 in the good tier. Four in the decent. What the fuck am I doing? 4. And 1 in the mediocre. Ooh. I didn't do stats for 2018, but I don't think anything's going to touch it. But I will save the stats for 2019. Ooh. 2019 gets higher than I thought it would. 1% peak, 42.9% great, 44.9% good, 8.2% decent, and it'd be 1% mediocre. (2019) as a result places above 2015 definitively, and it also goes into the great tier. That said, does it touch 2012? The answer is peak and great only, yeah, it beats 2012. Yeah, it actually does beat 2012. Now, does it beat 2017? No, I don't think. No, it doesn't. 2019 goes underneath 2017. 2019, I'm sure as you could tell, only has one Pingas approved. 2019's thing is before the anime arc, it is on like a consistent roll. And the anime arc is my favorite of the arcs they've done. Absolutely fantastic. But once you get after that point, it kind of starts to go through a mixed period. That said, I did rewatch a lot of these videos just to be sure if I really thought... Again, I liked them at the time, but never sought them out again. So I went back and I realized, okay, you know what? These are what? These are still good. There were controversial videos this year. I didn't really have a problem with any of them. I actually don't mind Boys vs. Girls. I think it's pretty good. Not amazing. That's why it's on the lower end, but I think the Big Bad Bully is fun, and I think the scene where Wario gets hit by the car is funny. Yeah, 2019 revisiting it honestly holds up better than. And am I really surprised? No, because that's the year where I really got locked in too. That's the year where I locked in. I only missed like. I think I only missed the Big Chungus video. Now I'm thinking about it. Am I right? Or is there another one I missed? I think it was just a Big Chungus video. I think that's the only one I missed from 2019. But no, 2019, honestly, underrated. The Waluigi arc, the anime arc is the best arc in my opinion. Super Challenge 64 for a long time was the last video to use like the Mario 64 backgrounds. This is the last year where like Luke is doing most of the editing. after the anime arc, he kind of just does it alongside someone else, and then in 2020 he gradually like stops. A Little Penguin Loss is underrated. Luigi Uprising, Mario's Hell Kitchen, Mario Alone. Yeah, man. Even going back to some of the lesser episodes, I was like, this really isn't that bad at all. The editing is noticeable for sure, but I think once you get past that, it's not bad at all. It's very, very good. I'm honestly surprised. I thought 2015 was going to end up above 2019, but if I'm really thinking about it, there's not a single video of 2019 I dislike, whereas 2015, there's quite a few. But yeah, 2019 goes right into the great tier. As surprising as that is for me to say, it offers a great experience. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say beyond that. It's underrated year, I'd say. Obviously, it's when Meggy turns into a human as well. It introduces Axel as a character who goes on to become very important later on. It's got a lot of cool ideas. We get a sequel to Stupid Mario Maker, one of my favorite videos of 2016. The day SMG4 post cringe is when we finally get SMG3 back as like a prominent villain. Yeah, there are some lesser ones, but overall I was kind of surprised I didn't find anything really wrong with it on revisit. You know what? I'm not complaining. And I believe I saved it already. Yes, I did. All right. 2020. So, 2020, we have 2 Pingas approves, 14 greats, 27 goods, 6 decents, and 1 bad. It's just a stupid cyberpunk video. Okay. And that leads us with weird one this is. Okay. What an odd. Yeah, this is just fucking odd. 4% peak, 28% great, 54% good, 12% decent, and 1% bad. This is a very odd one. It's not touching 2019. But how does it compare to 20? Does it beat out 2015? It's debatable. I will say that. On what could win out there. That being said, it depends on how you want to look at it, because 2015 has more peak, but it has more mediocre to bad. But 2020 has barely any peak at all. like only a little bit more great and way more good ratio. So it really depends on how you want to look at it. Personally, I'm picking 2015. 2020 is a year where it was the year I kind of like decided to take a break and move on for a bit to focus on my own stuff because I was fatigued, mainly from pumping out all the reactions to the other channel. Ugh, that was annoying. But for every great video, it just felt like there was another that was just kind of alright. Maggie's Destiny is like is what carries it. Same with Deleted and the Wario tries to stop himself from dying video. That's a borderline S tier right there. I revisited a lot of these videos too. Mario's Inside Story is actually a lot better than I remembered it being. I don't remember how I felt about it originally, but... And I've always liked Mario's Supreme Leader, Mario's School Club. I always forget how great that one is. I always found Food Wars really fun, and Mario's Mask of Madness. Someone brought that one up in the Saturday stream I did. Yeah, that's a great one. Mario, the toilet paper episode. I always like the Fall Guys one and the... I mean... 2020's main problem is just... It mostly sits in the middle of good. It doesn't really go above or below very often. The YouTube arc is probably my least favorite arc, if I'm being completely honest. It's still a good arc, but it's the least interesting out of them all. This year we get introduced to Melanie as a full-fledged character. This is her introduction year. I believe we get introduced to Mr. Monitor as well. And we have a few episodes about him, like the Officer Maggie video. Yeah, I mean... It's a good, but not very super memorable year for SMG4. So I think it's still good, obviously. I mean, this is not bad stats by any stretch, but... It's not... It is what it is. And I will say that much. We got 5 more years left. 2021, on the other hand, very interested to see where this one lands. 2 for peak again, 14 for great again. 14, 21. 27 for good again. What the fuck is going on here? 3 for decent. 1 for mediocre and 1 for bad. This one's interesting. It's... It edges out... It looks to be the... Yeah, it's the same amount as... of peak. It edges out in the great tier. It edges out in the good tier too, actually. It has less mediocre, but it has slightly... it has 1% mediocre to bad, whereas 2020 had 1% bad. With those odds, it does edge out 2020. Does it edge out 2015, though? Yes, it does, actually. It has more in the great, way more in the good, not nearly as much decent and mediocre, and no trash. I think the fact that there's no trace is going to edge it above 2015 here. Now 2012. No. I have a feeling some of the later years are going to land higher than this, so I think it fits right there at the top of B tier. So 2021, the year of the Genesis arc. I've rewatched the Genesis arc recently. It is very long, but I do think it holds up still. And I always like the Revelations arc, and the Revelations movie, although not this year, is peak. The 10-year anniversary and War of the Fat Italians 2021 are obviously the highlights. But you also have the Pursuit of Happiness, the Squid Game video, What If, the RTX video. A lot of the later half of the Genesis arc is really good. Friday Night Funkin' videos, the Christmas special. The only video I don't like this year is the Bowser's Fury. I watched it once and it just did absolutely nothing for me whatsoever. Like, zero opinions on that one. Doesn't mean it's awful, just it's did absolutely nothing for me. But yeah. It's when we learn, I believe it's when we learn that Melanie has deity powers this year is. Maggie leaves briefly because this is the year where Sunset Paradise was going on. So she leaves briefly. I will say it was weird about the Genesis arc where several important plot details were put in episodes that weren't in the arc itself. I was never the biggest fan of that. It's another case where it's got around the same amount of highlights, but I'll take Maggie's Destiny over the 10-year anniversary, and I'll take no, I'll probably take the 10-year anniversary over Deleted, but yeah, Genesis arc. After giving that a rewatch, I think it was better on the rewatch. Hence why a lot of the episodes scored up here compared to where they used to score. Yeah, I mean, really, it's It's a solid year, but it just doesn't have enough to bring it up much higher. And you know what? That's okay. It can fit squarely at the top of B tier for now. 2022. This is the only one I actually redid. This is the last one I redid. I didn't redo 2023 or 2024. So, 2022. Wait, I want to make sure I did 22. I did. Okay. 14 again. 14, 21, 24 in the good. 5 in the decent. 3 in the mediocre, and 1 in the bad. And this is giving us an interesting result. I already know it's going above 2020, so I just want to see where it compares to 2021. Actually, it has slightly less peak. The same amount of greats. Less good, more decent, more mediocre, and it looks to be the same amount of bad, yeah. So I had a feeling that was gonna happen. So as a result, it loses out to 2021. I think. Here's the problem. I like the high points of 2022 better. So I want to edge it above, but I don't think I could put it in the A tier. 2022 is a year where it has so many great stuff, but it's also got a lot of whatever stuff. Like, obviously, the Revelations movie is a fucking masterpiece. Floor is Lava is one of my favorite underrated episodes. The Meme Games 2022. This is the year of the lawsuit arc, and I absolutely love the lawsuit arc. We got the pawn business, the bowling video, the Mario something, fuck, what's this video called? I almost said Marioception, but no, that's an old ass video. That's not what I'm thinking about at all. What the fuck did I just click on? Now, let's put an end to this once. Oh god. Into the Marioverse. Yes. Okay. That's the one that gave us the interdimensional Taris and stuff. I'm giving the edge to 2022 just because I find the high points more enjoyable. Yeah. I know there's a lot of controversial videos this year too, but I think the only one of those that didn't really do anything for me was How to Train Your Mario. And the Last Man Standing I just thought was like okay. But yeah, How to Train Your Mario wasn't really my didn't really do anything for me, and I did not like the Sonic. I already told the story, but I tried watching that one and I had to click off, and I never went back to it. That's how much I did watch the entire thing when I got back, but yeah, I don't like that one at all. That one just flat out sucks. I think it's the last SB4 video I think flat out sucks too. But we'll see. But yeah, that puts the B tier and A tier even. One could debate whether 2022 and 2021 could go up there, but once again, 8.5 to 7.5 is a good tier, so you know. So I'd still consider these years like 8 out of 10s. Now I gotta scroll back for 2023. Because I did that years ago and I decided not to redo it because I looked at the list and I didn't really disagree with any of my selections. Now 2023, 2 in peak. $11 in great. Do I still agree with that? You know, I'm gonna bump the Carnival video up to the great tier, which would put this at 14, 21, 28, 30. So that changed from 30 to 29. And then this would be 4. And then this would be 1. Okay. And then 0 bad. Skivvy toilet video was retarded, but it's just another Best Friend Slenderman clone. Now 2023, how do you compare to 2022? Do you get to go in the A tier? Same amount of greats. Oh, that's duh, because I literally clicked on the same fucking list. Okay. Okay, more peak, less greats, more good, less decent, less mediocre, and no bad. Alright, yeah, that means 20. Yeah, that I know what that means. That means you get to go up here. No, not you. You get to go up there. Now 2023, do you touch 2012? That's a question. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Actually. You actually do beat out 2012. Pretty sizable margin, because it's got way too much in the decent tier. Now, do you beat out 2019? Oh, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. So 2023 slides in between 2012 and 2019 in the great tier. 2023. This is when Puzzle Vision first started with the It's Gotta Be Perfect story. And then we went from that to Western Spaghetti, which Western Spaghetti is a fucking masterpiece. Oh, I absolutely love that. We got, what was it? This was the introduction of the Showgrounds as the new location. We got the redesigns for SMG4, SMG3, and Meggy. And we got Tari's as well towards the end. We got the Word the Fat Times 2023 notebook storyline, which that didn't really do a whole lot for me, but a lot of underrated videos like Every Luigi is Personalized, the GameCube, Mario Goes on Death Row. The pizza one was huge, I remember that. The elevator video was fun, the circus video. Even the Stupid Mario movie was better than I thought it would be. Yeah, I mean, my least favorite is literally the Skibidi Toilet video, but I don't even think it's terrible. It's just a worse version of My Best Friend Slenderman, which, whatever. I will definitely give 2023 in between 2012 and 2019. I'm surprised it edged out 2012, but I guess that's because it's got way more watchable, whereas 2012 has better highlights, but not enough, like, all of these are watchable. 2012 has some stuff that just drags on and on and on and on, so you know what? Makes sense. I'm really interested to see where 2024 lands. I am really interested in that one. So, 0 Pingas approves. I think this is the first year without him. So instead, we got 11 greats. 26 good. 4 indecent and 1 a mediocre. Okay, yeah. The fact that it doesn't have a peak is going to damage its chances of getting very high. So let's go ahead and knock out the ones it's not beating real fast. It is not beating 2022. That is just not happening. Even though 2022 has more bad, it is not beating 2021. It's got a higher percentage of good, but that one has a higher percentage of great and peak, so. And this one has a higher percentage of decent, so no, it is not beating. Oh, that's final one. Okay. It is not beating 2021. Now 2015. I don't know about this one. Uh hmm. Yeah, I think there's too much of a bad chunk, and there's a way too much of a mediocre to bad chunk in 2015. There's a large chunk of huh. To be on the safe side, I'm gonna put it at the bottom. Because there's more from 2020 I'd watch over 2024. 2024 has a lot of good stuff in it, undoubtedly. Puzzle Vision, I think I like the first half of it. The movie, I do think could have been a little better, but I did like the first half. The middle part had cool moments, but wasn't really doing a whole lot for me. And then the final part, War of the Fat Italians 2024, yeah, that was great. This is the year that really leaned into remastered 64 as well. After they introduced that at the end of 2023 with Freddy Spaghetteria. There are just way too many of those this year, and they're not very good. The Puzzle Vision parodies were all cool. There's a lot of fun ones. I really like The Day My Arm Went Psycho. Oh yeah, I should mention, this was what officially introduced Mr. Puzzles, even though he was shown at the end of the War of the Fat Times 2023. This is what also gave us a taste of Karen being a former assassin. The bike video was fun. The Inside Mario video was fun. The Christmas special was really good. And obviously, War of the Fat Italians was fucking amazing too. But that being said, I like the idea of the Mario 64 one, but it just didn't do anything for me. It felt like it was trying to be a 2014 video, and it didn't really work, in my opinion. So yeah, 2024, it's going to land at the bottom of the good tier. It was kind of a weird year overall. Still good, but one of the weaker ones. I will say. Definitely one of the weaker ones. That being said, we have now made it to 2025, where we ended off with 3 Pingas approves. Now is a different counting method because I didn't even save it yet. 6, 12, 14 in the great. 6, 12, 24 in the good. 3 in the decent. And 0 anywhere else. So, we know this is landing in the A tier. The question is where? Well, first and foremost, it beats out 2012. We know that. The question is, how much higher does it go from there?
It absolutely beats out 2023. It might beat out 2019 as well. 6.8. Yeah, and I think it's mainly because 2019 has one peak and actually has more in the decent and mediocre category, so 2025 beats out 2019 as well, as surprised I am to see that. 2017, I'm gonna say no. And there you have it. From top to bottom, number 1, 2016. Number 2, 2018. Number 3, 2013. Number 4, 2017. Number 5, 2025. Number 6, 2019. Number 7, 2023. Number 8, 2012. Number 9, 2022. Number 10, 2021. Number 11, 2015. Number 12, 2020. Number 13, 2024. Number 14, 2011. And number 15, 2014. Not how I predicted this ranking to go, to be honest with you. I'm just gonna go ahead and save it so I can yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and save it. So I can show you what I predicted this ranking was gonna be. Tossing everything down here. Okay, here's, without all the stats, this is what I thought the ranking was going to be. Without all the stats in the equation. So let's take everything out and put it back in. And I'll show you what I thought. So, 2011, I thought was going to be B minus, to be honest with you. Either B minus or C tier, but I mostly thought B minus. 2012, I thought was going to be A tier. 2013, I thought was going to be S tier. 2014, I expected B at D tier. 2015, I predicted another A tier, but underneath 2012. Obviously, 2016 was going to top of S. 2017, I actually predicted underneath. Or over, underneath, I don't know. 2015. 2018, I knew it was going, like... I thought it was going to be edged out by 2013. '19, I thought was going to the back of great. 2020, I knew it was B tier. Same with 2021, I knew that was B tier. '22, I low-key expected A tier, I won't lie. Same with 2023 and above 2022. 2024, I knew it was B tier and I expected bottom. I was right. And then 2025, I expected above 2023, but not above 2019. So the fact that it was is not what I expected. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save our main list. There you have it. Ugh. No, I don't want to save an image. I want to save it. Let me double check. And I think this is a good... Yeah, I think this works. And there we have it. That is 2025 and every other year officially ranked. And with that, it's pretty much time to close out. So, 2025 was, even without the context of it being the final year, I still think is the strongest of the modern era, so to speak. It doesn't have quite as many hiccups as all the other ones. And although I'd probably say the heights of 2022 and 2023 are slightly better, they have lower lows, which are putting them just below. But that being said, with the exception of 2024, the streak from 2021 to 3 is pretty damn solid, and to 2025 as well. Yeah, there was only one year that that ranked particularly low, and that's what a shocker. It's 2014. And just underneath that, 2011. Again, what a shocker. First year ever is not one of the best. Who would have thought? But yeah. This is it. This is the end. After this, I will be moving on from not just SMG4. We got 86 playbacks, not bad. I will be moving on from not just SMG4, but just watch his videos as a whole. There will be no more LC50 Reacts videos. There won't be a replacement. This is it. After this, it's back to the usual on my main account. And the occasional stream where I react to a Nintendo Direct or my old content. It's been a crazy journey, dude. Absolutely insane. And I'm glad to say that I've enjoyed it from the very beginning until the end. And if I could have, I absolutely would have loved to keep doing this, but alas, that's not how things panned out. But regardless, I hope you all enjoyed being on this journey with me. It's been a lot of fun. And just starting watching SMG4 in 2014 and all those classic videos from 2012 and 2013. Just watching the series evolve into what it has become today has just been nothing short of incredible. And I'm really gonna miss it. But yeah. How long have we even been live for? 5 hours, 47 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead Once this gets called, it'll be it. Oh, man. Once again, I just want to give a special thank you to everyone who's supported me on this channel over the years. From the beginning, from where I reacted to the bootleg dimension all the way till now, regardless of all of the hiccups and all the stuff I let go on in my fucking Discord that I shouldn't have, and you know. And who knows, maybe there's a chance that, although maybe it won't be the same, that SMG4 comes back. I mean, YouTubers retire and then make returns all the time. It's nothing uncommon. And the fact that SMG4 started when Luke was so young means that it's not out of the realm of possibility, unlike a certain other channel where once he finally retires, I don't think he's coming back. Unless he's really desperate enough, but... So who's to say what the future may hold, but all I can tell you guys is this particular chapter, for me, is... it has reached its end. But, again, it's just one chapter for me, because, as you guys know, I'll still be around. I'll just be on my main account right here, Luigi Channel 50. I have a best of premiere going out tomorrow, as well as an end of the year stream I'm doing as well. I'll still be here doing live streams and making plush videos and Minecraft videos and all that. I plan to revisit my Mario 64 blooper idea and put that out next year. I was halfway through the script, but I put it off because of how brutal things were. But I really do want to revisit that. Yeah, here's the original. I would like to get that other program though that's been using SB4 has been using in these later videos. It looks like it'd be easier than the shit I'm doing currently. But you know, I've said my piece I don't know how many times over the last few months. I said it in my reaction to War of the Fat Italians 2025. I said it in the last ranking stream I did to 2024 and the characters themselves. And I said it in my reaction to the final video. So I'm really not sure what else I can say that hasn't been said already. So just, once again, thank you guys for everything. I hope whoever chooses to stick around will look forward to the projects I have in store for Luigi Channel 50 for 2026. And if not, thanks for sticking by and watching my reactions. It's really means a ton. And if I ever got another shot at doing it again, I won't mess it up a second time around. I can guarantee you that. Rick said I should unlist this debate, but I'm not going to. I don't care enough. Ugh. It's in the past. If
Yeah, I think I made my case clear. This has been a lot of fun. 11 years, dude. In terms of how long I've been watching SMG4. In terms of how long I've been making the reaction content. 8 years, man. 8 fucking years. That is just absolutely insane. But yeah. I got an end of the year stream to do tomorrow, and I gotta be up for the premiere of the best of, so I'm afraid I can't really stay here any longer. So I hope you guys enjoyed going back through and ranking SMG4 for the last time until in the future, whenever I decide to redo my original all videos ranking. And if I ever decide to clip the character tier list and put that out as its own video, that too. But yeah. Played this song on the main channel, but I'll play it here as I outro this thing out. So there you go. That's gonna do it. It was fun going through and ranking these videos for one last time. And yeah, once again, I hope you guys look forward to the projects I have in store for on the main channel, as I plan to increase my frequency with that next year. And although I'm sad to let go of this one and let go of SMG4 as a whole, all good things must come to an end. And for what it's worth, I'm glad I got to enjoy it before it was over. And I've always enjoyed SMG4, but this channel, I mean, had a rocky relationship with it in the beginning, so I'm glad that I got to send it off properly. And if I ever get another chance, I'll make things right. But that's then, this is now. Saying goodbye is not easy. Even though I've had to do it I don't know how many times now. And the first couple of weeks is probably still gonna feel weird not waking up to look forward to a new SMG4 video and a video to react to. But I'm sure I'll get over it. But yeah. Thank you for everything, SMG4. The 14 years worth of content really puts in perspective how long he's been doing this. And how long we've all been watching too. Yeah, thank you for everything, SMG4, and everyone involved with Glitch. For not only making a lot of our childhoods, but also providing us with so much amazing content over the years. A lot went on to inspire me. So yeah. I'll never be ready to say goodbye. But it's what has to be done. So, for the last time ever, that's gonna do it for tonight's stream. Hope you enjoyed as always. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that. And I will see you in the next one. And by next one, I mean whenever I do Nintendo Directs or my own videos. Goodbye, Luigi fans! Enjoy your retirement, SMG4. Thank you guys for this experience. It was a fun time, but now it's time to move on. May the sun set for you all.